Call the meeting to order. Any items from the public? Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record, please.
Stephanie Phillips, also known as Schleipo.
Okay.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for your service to the community. I'd like to start by complimenting the community. It looks clean and well cared for, with strong security presence. The library has a nice history display in the lobby. The Recreation Department has recently been assessing needs of a growing community. The Board of Education, Chamber of Commerce, almost all government agency employees have been very helpful. Please consider the following. 1, more funding for libraries. They are a most valuable human resource. 2, there seems to be a shortage of affordable studio and one-bedroom apartments. 3, the Berkeley County School Scholarship Pageant was a model program to be proud of. I'm told it's currently suspended. Please support reinstatement, considering changing the name, dress code, and advertising campaign to encourage all students, girls and boys, to participate. 4, our civil servants, teachers, police, EMS, firemen, and healthcare workers are being recruited to other states and counties. It's a systemic problem in the Mid-Atlantic region. There was a time these civil servants lived and worked in the same community, going the extra mile, so to speak, to help neighbors in need. Now they literally travel miles to work in other areas to balance earned income and cost of living. It's everyone's job to support them by advocating a cost of living adjustment. The Board of Education office building needs a state flag. And last, International World Peace Day, which I learned about from the Berkeley County School System, is September 21st. Please consider putting it on all of your calendars and celebrating. Thank you for your service and consideration.
Thank you.
And the opportunity to address you.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Anybody else from the public? All right. If you would, need a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. President, I move we approve the agenda for Thursday, February the 10th, 2022, if there's no modifications or changes.
Yeah, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Purchase order. Any questions or statements on the purchase order? Since there is none, we have, Mr. Davis, you have 4 internal budget revisions?
Yes, sir. I have 4 internal budget revisions for the council's consideration. The first is for Department 711 Emergency Services. Mr. Lilly has requested that he be allowed to reduce line 459 capital outlay by $1,500. Current unencumbered fund balance is $31,063.24 with 15.5% spent to date. An increase line 345 uniforms by $1,500. Current unencumbered fund balance is $4,822.44 with 19.6% spent to date. As the council is aware, we did add 3 additional career firefighters to the roster of the current fiscal year, so there's the need for some additional uniforms and turnout here that we'd like to purchase. The next request is from Department 428 Information Technology. Mr. Wines would like to decrease line 341 supplies and materials by $60,000. Current unencumbered fund balance is $238,740.54 with 61.6% spent to date. And if you'll remember, anytime we receive reimbursement for IT services, we just put it as state budget revision into supplies and materials, and then it's distributed as the department needs it. And then increase line 223 professional services by $60,000. That line currently has a deficit balance of $42,582.32.
And that goes to subcontract.
It does. And it also helps with Bolin and some of the other
Right.
Swabi ITs and some of the consultants that we use.
Copier, maybe.
The next request again from Mr. Wine, Department 428 Information Technology, decrease line 459 capital outlay equipment by $2,100. Current unencumbered fund balance is $10,725 with 73.2% spent to date. And increased software by Department 453 software by $2,100. That account currently has a deficit balance of $2,075.67. And then the final request from Mr. Wine, again, Department 428 IT, decrease line 341 supplies and materials by $1,700 and increase line 217 maintenance repair equipment by $1,700. Current that line currently has a deficit balance of $1,666.35.
All right, so our read ahead doesn't line up with your numbers.
That's because we
Round
only
them
do
off.
whole numbers. We
Right.
don't do cents.
Well, I would figure Mr. Wine would have known that. All right, anybody have any further questions for Mr. Davis? So we will make approval. Let's go ahead and do a motion on that internal budget revisions on the recommendation from Mr. Davis, since our numbers don't line up, all right?
Mr. President, we approve the internal budget revisions, the 4 internal budget revisions as presented,
Second?
Motion on
as
the floor.
verbally presented.
Right. Have a motion and have a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. All right. Next, we have some change in status. We have a new hire recommendation received from Tim Zaya, Director of Community Corrections, for Jonathan Rudy as a QRT peer recovery coach with an annual salary of $37,509 effective February 14th, 2022. A new hire recommendation received from the Honorable Sheriff Nathan Harmon for Bryant Snap as a deputy with an annual salary of $54,495 effective March 1st, 2022. We have a new hire recommendation received from Tim Zaya, Director of Community Corrections, for the following: Amanda Walker as a drug screening tech with an annual salary of $34,619 effective February 14th, 2022. We have Jeannie Blaylock as a drug screening tech with an annual salary of $34,619 effective February 28th, 2022. Rebecca Bingaman as a QRT peer recovery coach with an annual salary of $37,509 effective February 14th, 2022. Change in status from Honorable Larry Hess, Assessor, for Stephen Sprinkle. He is receiving a salary increase for taking on additional duties from May 15th, 2021 to November 15th, 2021. This will be a one-time payment of $1,908.80.
So what happened on November 15th, 2021?
That's Department 407, so I don't get involved in that. Mr. Hess did his own
He was
calculations.
training, Steve, with the new boy, he spent 6 months training them, so he can out on his budget.
All right. Next one is per Tim Zaya, Director of Community Corrections. Please remove Tammy Havermel from payroll. Unfortunately, and that's effective January 27th, 2022. Unfortunately, she's the one that passed away. Letter of resignation received from the Day Report Center for Craig Amons, effective February 2nd, 2022. Any questions or concerns with change of status?
If I may, the employment of Deputy Snap with the Sheriff's Department, you'll see that that is a pre-certified officer. If memory serves me right, he's actually, we're bringing him over from the state police.
Oh, really?
That, and that will backfill one of the cops grant, which will impact our budget for next year a little bit more than expected because we had budgeted the COPS grants at entry level. But he is a pre-certified officer, and then that only provides for 2 remaining COPS grant vacancies.
You know
That will
where
bring
he
up.
was stationed?
Pardon me.
You know where he was stationed?
Yeah, he was local detachment. So.
I think he's been here for a while, so his name.
Trooper
familiar.
Smith. Mhm.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how long, but he's been in for a while.
Yeah,
So we'll have 66 uniformed with Deputy Snap's addition, we'll have 64, I'm sorry. Yes, 64 uniform positions filled.
it's like Dan and I was talking a little bit, one of the things that we can't devalue is the additional deputies that we put on the road because of, doing court security under the council, freeing up some deputies. Also the litter control officer, which I think they're still do some of that.
Captain
Gordon?
Gardner, yeah.
still,
So
he's the one that had been assigned to litter control for many, many years. And he deals mostly with what they call the Peapod dump sites.
Right.
He still does that.
Yeah, yes, but we do a lot of the work that never used to get done. What I mean is, when I say never used to get done, I'm no disrespect to anybody, it's just that our building inspection office is doing all of those. And then community service and home confinement and all that stuff.
And we have been helping out with some of the mental hygiene
Right,
transports.
right, and on Friday, you're doing the warrants or whatever.
Correct.
Serving papers. All right, we have minutes that we need to vote on February. I guess we can't do that. We'll have to put the minutes on next week. We have enough people here to vote on. County Council, we'll be here this afternoon for Board of Review and Equalization. We'll be here on Tuesday, the 15th at 2 o'clock for Board of Review and Equalization. Thursday, the 17th at 9:30 a.m. We'll be here. Mr. Davis, you were saying something about maybe 2 p.m. We would have the Board of Review if we need to be, but we may start doing budget for.
If the council allows, West Virginia Code 11-3-24 says that you have to meet as the Board of Review and Equalization and convene no later than February 1st, and you can't go sine die any sooner than February 15th, which is next Tuesday. Next Tuesday, Mr. Poland was in yesterday. He intends to come back in before the council. He kind of revised his review application to focus on the value of the property and not farmland versus commercial. Since you're already going to be here, what I would like to do next week is since you're going to have to be in Board of Review and Equalization anyway until at least 4 o'clock, is do your revenue projections, knowing that your property tax revenues will not be finalized until we get the certified values from the assessor's office, and we can't get the certified values from the assessor's office until you go sign and die from Board Review and Equalization. So my intent next week is to go through your revenues. Our revenue projections in the past, particularly for purposes of property taxes, have usually been pretty accurate, within a couple $100,000. And when you're talking about 22 to 24 million, or I'm sorry, 16 to 18 million dollars in property taxes, it's pretty close. So we'll do tentative workshop next week. with revenues, and then Thursday, since you're already going to be here, not knowing whether we're going to need board review and equalization, and I don't think we will. What I'd like to do is start at 1 o'clock next Thursday afternoon and actually start walking through your expenditures. While everything's fresh in your mind, I'm afraid if we wait too long, we'll all forget kind of the presentations. And then we've actually scheduled the discussion with department heads and the elected officials for the 24th. So if we need to do a workshop, we might have to do a workshop on Monday or Tuesday the following week. That'll be up to the council. So
we finish budget presentations today.
today is you have a full schedule, as you know, full schedule today of budget presentations. Unless someone is ill and can't make it in today, your formal presentation of the budget request will be completed today. Thank you.
So that's gonna be okay with everybody? All right, gentlemen.
Yeah, 24th is supposed to be my quarterly board meeting with West Virginia Court on the 24th.
Well, we'll be out all day.
And I'll be here in the morning.
We'll schedule the electives probably in the morning.
Okay.
It's already been scheduled. So no, you won't have an afternoon
Okay.
session that day.
All right, board and commissions, tonight we have 6:30 for fire board. On Monday the 14th, we have a 2:30 p.m. LEPC, 4 p.m. Eastern Panhandle Transit Authority, 6 p.m. Airport Authority, 6 p.m. Farmland Protection. Tuesday the 15th, 9 a.m. I'll be on WRNR. 11:30 a.m. Parks and Rec, 5 p.m. Sewer District, 6 p.m. Stormwater District. Wednesday the 16th at 4 p.m. Berkeley County Criminal Justice Board, 6 p.m. Solid Waste Authority. Also on Friday the 18th at 9 a.m. Extension Office meeting. Any changes or corrections on those?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. The sewer district and stormwater has bumped their meeting to the 22nd.
Okay,
Times remain the same.
all right. Any other changes? All right, we have quite a few bond releases and reductions, so bear with me. A bond release for Wendy's at Hammond's Mill Road, BCP number 2105-094, tied to BCP number ROO9319 and 2109-329. Bond number 0931920. Engineering Department has made that recommendation. If you all have any questions on these for Doug or Brian, just stop and go ahead and ask them while we're going through them. We have a bond reduction for Bridle Creek Phase 6, Section 2, lots 448 through 459 and 464 through 471. BC file number 2201-010, tied to BCP number 058-18, bond number 100507474. Engineering Department has made that recommendation. Bond reduction for Bridle Creek Phase 1, BCP file number 2108-310, tied to BCP number 076-04, bond number 8927. Engineering Department has made that recommendation.
I don't think the audience saw the same thing we're seeing.
That reminds me of my little grandson, right? Bond reduction for Bridle Creek Phase 5, Section 3, lots number 289 through 304 and 349 through 372, BCP file number 2102-061, tied to number 21-13, bond number 100475612. Engineering Department has made that recommendation. Bond reduction for Brattle Creek Phase 4, Section 5, lots 211 through 214, 222 through 229, 256 through 260, and 269 through 272. BCP file number 2108-311 tied to BCP file number 027-08. Engineering Department has made that recommendation. Bond reduction for Brattle Creek Phase 4, Section 4, lots 230 through 241 and 246 through 255. BCP file number 2108-311 tied to BCP number 027-08. Engineering Department has made that recommendation. Bond reduction for Brattle Creek Phase 4, Section 3, lots 242 through 245, 261 through 264, 266 through 268, 283 through 284. BCP file number 2108-311 tied to BCP number 027-08. Engineering Department has made that recommendation. Bond reduction for Brattle Creek Phase 4, Section 2, lots 208 through 210, 273 through 275. BCP file number 2108-311 tied to BCP number 027-08. Engineering has made that, Engineering Department has made that recommendation. Bond reduction for Brattle Creek Phase 4, Section 1, lots 204 through 207 and 276 through 282. BCP file number 2108-311 tied to BCP number 027-08. Engineering Department has made that recommendation. Bond reduction for Brattle Creek Phase 5, Section 2, lots 305 through 348 and 393 through 406. BCP file number 2201-008 tied to BCP 2012-381, number 2008-186 and number 021-13, bond number 100550921. Engineering Department has made that recommendation. And we also, anybody have any questions for the bond reductions or bond releases? The last thing we have is an order to open up Fund 245 for United Bank for Health Department Building Fund. Any concerns on that one?
Mr. President, if I may, as the council's aware, and we'll have the presentation scheduled in the next several weeks, we continue to work on the design to the addition of 122 Waverly Court, the Health Department. We did meet this past Tuesday morning with the architect and actually with the electrical engineers and the structural engineers, and starting to put together notes for delivery of HVAC. One of the things that we did discover just within the past 2 days is because of the change of technology, improvements in technology since we opened that building 5 or 6 years ago, we no longer need the tower. We had
Say that again?
We do not need the tower, the 80-foot tower that's behind the building. It's no longer needed.
Okay.
So Gary has been working with the Techie Tech guys from the engineering firm that Crabtree uses, and they've all agreed that we can eliminate that tower. So we'll surplus that. We'll keep that in case we need
it anywhere else.
Project. But we did receive, the Board of Health did provide us with remittance of $750,000, which is their contribution towards the addition of the building. We did receive the Community Development Block Grant from the state of West Virginia in the amount of $608,802. So as we work through this project, we have some outstanding invoices from Crabtree that I'd like to get paid. So typically, we would set up a special revenue account for that, so we could track the expenses. We're going to continue to do that, but we'll be meeting probably tomorrow. under the new financial software package, Munis, we may not need this account, although we'll probably do it just because this is a good project to try it out on, because it is fairly small in comparison to some other billing projects that we've done. But we'll be able to track the project and the grant through Munis, so that Tracy won't have to keep multiple spreadsheets, so that we can keep track of all our expenditures. So the project is moving along nicely. Health Department seems to be very pleased. Your building committee has been working with the architects for past 4, 5, or 6 months. So I think you'll be pleased with the aesthetics of the building.
Okay. All right, motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Motion to approve the consent agenda for February the 10th, 2022.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Good morning, Mr. Hess. You have a little bit of activity on some personal tax exonerations due to office error.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
I've got a total of 6 of them, I think. They're all personal property, office error, they're correct, and there's 2 big ones there. That's the ones that they put the extra numbers on. The others are just basic.
Like a
Wrong.
$300,000 car.
Yeah. And the others are just basically they pulled the wrong number out of the cost books. But all 6 of them would total up to $4,699.26.
Entertain a motion on the 6 personal tax exonerations due to office error.
Mr. President, I move to accept the exoneration from office error property taxes in the amount of $46.99.26.
We have a motion on the floor by Mr. Barnhart. Do we have a second?
Second?
Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. Have a wonderful day. I'm gonna hold off on board meeting reports until the end of the morning session to make sure we don't run behind. So,
I have nothing to report, so there you go.
okay. Oh, well, we may.
Nothing here.
Okay, well, we'll carry on, Eddie.
And planning commission meeting last Monday night where we had several public hearings. That was a fairly normal night, which anymore is there's a lot of activity going on there, as we are aware. I had a sewer and stormwater board meeting Tuesday night. The draft ordinance has been presented to the stormwater board. Mr. Lewis was there to go over some of the details, and hopefully we will have it here in about 2 weeks, still in draft form for our comments as well.
Do you know how long they're gonna give us time to comment?
I didn't ask.
Okay.
I think that, I don't know that time is really,
Oh, okay.
you know,
Because I was
think
thinking somewhere around 30 days by the time you review them and
I would
stick them
hope
back
so.
and
That
forth.
we'll have plenty of time to review it as
Right.
well.
You're going to have a number of public hearings.
Right, right. Well, actually, we also want Brian and his office to be reviewing it. And our legal counsel review it, make sure everything's gelling good. I know we've always talked, Brian, make sure you listen to this one. We've always talked about the 5,000 square foot, and DEP talked about being over-regulated, and everybody keeps pointing back to the county of why that is. So I want to make sure we check into that and see, you know, I've always said that it should be a more of a mathematical way of calculating that instead of just something 5,000 square feet. But anyway.
Yeah. And also on the sewer side of things, they're still waiting on some pipe for some projects. They don't really know when they're going to get to receive those. And you know, the pump station at Jaredstown is still on a halt because of staffing on the contractor side.
Priced out a 36-inch plastic culvert this morning, $1,200 and some bucks.
20
One
foot.
piece. One piece. Crazy.
And yesterday, we worked on the rewrite for the subdivision regulations, and hopefully, I know Doug's got some work to do on them as well. Laura, I think, has finished her comments, so that's moving along pretty well also.
Okay. All right, and I did have a development authority meeting last night, or yesterday, that I wasn't able to attend. I don't have anything to report on that. Any activity on any reappointments?
Yes, sir. I'd like to reappoint, the packet was received from Adam Mogg for the Fire Service Board. His term expires April the 5th, 2022.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Next on our agenda is
Mr.
Brian.
President, just one real quick thing, if
Next on our agenda is Alan
you
Davis.
don't mind. The Roundhouse Authority. The bylaws of the Roundhouse Authority provides for 21 members, which is large. This council has, by design, and has very methodically reduced that number to 10. And all the 10 current members are appointees of the council. The Roundhouse Authority and the city of Martinsburg would like to have your permission to appoint 3 members, 3 Martinsburg city appointees to the Roundhouse Authority.
3 additional.
3
So
additional,
go to 13.
so we go to 13.
Okay.
Appointed by the city of Martinsburg?
They would be appointed by the city of Martinsburg, and they do provide, they've been very generous, particularly in the past year with funding. Certainly think that's appropriate, but would like the council's permission to give them a letter stating that that city of Martinsburg may appoint 3 members.
My only question is on that is correct me if I'm wrong, but most of the time when there's appointees from the city of Martinsburg, they still ask for us to do the final approval?
They would come through the council.
Right, so they would give us the names
Correct.
and we would approve them.
Correct.
Okay. I don't have a problem with that. You need direction or you need a motion?
Just probably
Proceed.
Yeah, if you can just by consensus agree to it, I'll draft a letter and get it out tomorrow.
Yeah, because they've helped out tremendously.
Well, that whole area down there, it's kind of on the move, and I know the city's had a lot of involvement in that, so.
Okay, I'll
Yeah.
take care of it. I didn't think we'd have any issues with it, but I certainly would not do that until the council by consensus.
So I think that we always have a problem putting skin in the game if we don't have some say, so
Right, okay,
it seems very
Yeah,
reasonable.
look at the library.
I will take care of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
All right, any other activities on appointments or reappointments? Going back to Brian Ross, Director of Community Development, budget presentation for 22-23. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Council.
It's always good to see you, Mr. Ross.
Thank you, I appreciate that. If the council so wish, we'll follow the way it is in the read ahead with 438, 439, and then 440. To start off with 438, building inspections, as the council is probably aware, we currently have a building inspector 1 position in the works right now. That goes to closing actually tomorrow. And
The applications go to close?
yes, the applications go to closing, and then probably over the weekend and the following week, I'll start scheduling interviews for that position.
How many applications? did you
I have approximately, for the building inspector, around 18.
get? Really?
Yeah,
That's a good turnout.
yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Any qualified?
I have some people that have quite a few certs, and a lot of them have construction background. So yeah, it looks pretty promising. That I'm gonna have to sort through probably 5 to 8 different candidates for that position.
Anybody helping you on that?
Yes, yes.
And if you'll recall, in the past, we've had some issues finding qualified planning review employees, building inspectors. So again, that goes to some of the action that the council has taken over the past couple of years to make
Are we
us.
mainly focusing on a residential or more on the commercial or combination of both?
That'll be based off certifications. As we know currently, John and Roy are going to be my next ones that could be retire within the next year or so. I currently have avenues to move people into the commercial or have an engineer go out and do it. Right now, it's going to be residential, and as the council well knows, all my staff is well-versed in, or multidiscipline. So whatever that title comes in for as building inspector, if my commercial's covered, they may get into plan review. I try to get everybody to do multiple things. That way we have a backup plan no matter what happens. Also, between the three different departments, whenever I give my budget numbers, I like the council to be aware that 13 out of my 17 current staff members require continuing education. And the last couple years, we've been dealing with the COVID and a lot of Zoom and everything like that. But I think we're going to be getting back into where I'm going to need the travel expenses and so on and so forth for the training and education.
Yep.
Just so the council is aware whenever I go through my numbers here. We'll start with account 438, which is building inspections. My travel expenses, I asked an increase from 2,400 to 3,400. Training and education, 1,500 to 2,000. Dues and subscriptions, I kept the same at 1,200. Refunding erroneous payments is continuous at 5,000. Departmental supplies and materials, I asked for an increase of 2,200 to 2,500. A lot of this between accounts 438 and 440 is the possible adoption of 2018 building code, in which I'm going to need.
I hope they don't change it much.
What's that?
I say I hope they don't change it not much, because we talked about earlier, the lady in the audience talked about affordable housing. And every time the building code changes, it adds about $3,000 more at the minimum to the cost of building on the building codes.
Correct. One thing about the state of West Virginia, though, as we well know, based off of other surrounding states, is they do a lot of amendments during the adoption of the appendices, or like now we're still on the 09 energy code, so where you can still do a 2-before wall construction with R13. So that's
Yeah,
a
but they were
cost-effective
talking
measure
about the
versus.
stair geometry. They're talking about individual sprinkler systems. We know what the arc fault and GFI
With the NEC
throughout
upgrade
the whole house. All that stuff just continually,
evolving.
right?
Right. So that takes care of account 438.
Anybody have any questions for Brian on 438?
As you look at the workshops or the worksheets that I've done for you, and council person Gokenair has one in front of him now, the salaries and benefits that are reflected is inclusive of all the positions. For example, the building inspector 1, the additional planner 1, which you'll see the salaries actually went down in planning because we eliminated the director, made Laura a senior planner, and we're bringing in a planner 1, so salaries actually went down a little bit. And then engineering ticked up a little bit because I included the full year for what we call the engineer in training positions. So the spreadsheets that you have before you and the analysis that's included is all inclusive of all the changes that you've already approved.
And where's he at right now on his operating as of December 30th, I guess?
For 438,
Yeah.
total is 53.09%, and that's before the state budget, and that's through the first 6 months. That's before the corrections to salaries have been made.
Okay, so
So once that
that's this whole budget he was at.
yeah, you'll look at, when you
What
look
about
at
the operating side?
like salaries are at 55.7%, when they should be at 50. That's because I haven't slept
Right.
that until last week, we hadn't done that massive state budget revision to make those corrections.
So operating right around 49,
Yeah,
50.
operating, he's right, kind of right where he needs to be. In fact, other than refunds and reimbursements, really haven't spent too much out of permits.
Yeah, we've really only traveled one time.
Yeah. Also want to point out, as you go through his budget requests, and I don't mean to take his thunder at all, total request for permits 438 planning, 439 and 440 engineering, with all the new salaries and with some of the changes that he's requested in operating, is 1,716,687. That's the total ask. Revenues through the first 6 months of the year. Building revenues is at 1,177,218.80 through 6 months. We had budgeted 850,000. So we're 327,000 over budget in revenues collected just through engineering. Planning, we budgeted 177 through the first 6 months. We were at 157,021.33, so less than $20,000 short of revenues. So total revenues collected between planning and engineering through the first 6 months is 1,334,240.13. So we had talked about how because we're a growth community, how engineering, planning, and permits have been self-supporting, and I don't expect that's going to. We may slow down a little bit next fiscal year, but I don't expect that's going to change too much.
Right.
It's hard to say. I mean, it really is.
It
the
is.
last time it hit, it's just like reaching back there and turn that light switch off. Happened that fast.
I know.
And that's just a compliment to the 17 people that work underneath me, that we're a small group that does a lot of work.
Oh, I say that all the time, Brian, and that's why I'm asking all the information that we have. You're asking for $1,000 more on your operation side, but this is the fourth year that you're doing more work than what we were back in 2007 and 8, and I just want to make sure that's going to be enough for you. To
Right.
be honest with you.
Right.
And Llama has helped some.
Llama has helped some, like my departmental supply line. That is basically maybe internally transferred if needed. But I wanted to have that cushion there in case I needed it,
I know one of the things back years ago was the stickers for the electrical inspectors.
which we are still doing.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So, but we don't have to buy. We do the building permit stickers. We don't do the electrical anymore.
Right.
Which that was a huge cost savings.
Right. And then, yep. And then you cut out a lot of timeline because they report directly to you through when they do their inspections on the computer rather than processing.
Yeah, once a week drop off, and then have to scan them in and attach them.
Right.
It's automatic now. They go on the Llama app and automatic updated. It's a wonderful thing.
All right. So everybody okay with 438? Sounds like. All right. 439 planning.
439, planning and zoning. Based off of the expenditures to date, whenever I started working on this,
And just so the people know, planning and zoning is only there because of Tuscarora and
correct,
Winterwall.
correct,
Okay.
correct.
As well as now the airport partially done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
From the planning perspective, this is basically going to be my first year taking over this account. I kept everything the same. Reason being is my expenditures were not extensive, current to date. So my lines for printing stayed at 1,700, advertising and legal stayed at 5,000, training and education stayed at 5,000, dues and subscriptions stayed at 5,000, and there was a line in there for court costs and damages at 15,000. Refunding erroneous payments stayed at 2,000, and departmental supplies and materials stayed at 3,000. As the council is aware with our Planner 1 position and the reclassification of Ms. Hoffmaster's position, my goal is mainly training and education for existing staff members and new staff members, in which Laura is attempting to achieve her AICP certification. And I also would like to get Monique to get her floodplain manager certification.
Who does floodplain management?
We actually, thanks to Mr. Lilly and James Wolford, he is certified floodplain. We currently send all that information to him. He's able to access the documents, and he is currently doing our reviews right now.
Sean is a certified floodplain manager from another county. When we brought him on board, he brought that certification with him, so
Yeah.
he stepped up and
And he handles all citizen inquiries and all that stuff too.
Now, currently, I have 2 licensed PEs that can do the floodplain, but I don't have the time for them to do it right now. So hopefully we can get Monique set up for class. She has already currently attended the class previously, but for some reason was not able to take the test or the certification for that.
Council President Copenhaver, in answer to your previous question, with 438, salaries were at 54.01% at the end of 6 months, which we anticipated, so that's been corrected. Advertising publications is the only large expenditure at 25.61%. That's primarily legal ads for public hearings. And supplies materials is at 3.16%. So, and the overall budget request for next fiscal year has decreased, even with the 10% increase in salaries that the council gave this year. So,
Okay.
And also to reflect on 439, the Planner 1 position, just so council is aware, that advertisement goes to closing the following Friday, February 18th, and then in the hopes of the following week starting interviews for that position, for filling that position.
Have you got so many?
I have 18 or 19 currently for that, which I was really shocked. And like I said, I think a lot of it has to do with how the council has financially benefited everyone here currently as staff to made it more advantageous for the outside looking in to actually apply for the position.
I wonder how many will qualify.
Those I have not gone through yet. Correct.
All right, any questions for Brian on 439? Moving on to 440, engineering.
Okay, 440 engineering, as Mr. Davis has already explained. I do have a request in there for an EIT position, which stands for an engineer in training position. We are looking for somebody who possibly recently graduated, who needs to work under a licensed PE to achieve his PE certification. That position, he would be brought in with my current PEs and get a well-rounded verse between land development, cleanup into structural, stormwater, MS4 regulations, the whole ordeal. Between my current staff, he would get a well-rounded education, even in the plan reviews between residential and commercial.
And I'm gonna correct you a little bit, Mr. Ross, he or she.
He or she, I'm sorry. Apologize.
And the council already approved that position as part of the reorganization. So Brian did put it in as an additional position. But when you look at your salaries and benefits, it's already been built in because you voted on it.
It hasn't been advertised
It's
yet,
not
right?
been
I
posted
didn't see
yet.
it, all right. Okay.
All
You've
right,
got
Kurt.
enough to go through, right?
What's that?
I say you have enough people to go through right now.
And we tried to stagger the recruitments for him only for that reason. So
Absolutely.
so they wouldn't all close at the same time.
Yeah, gotta have a little bit of family time.
Yes. All right, going down through account 440, engineering. Travel expenses was an increase request of 1,000 from 4 to 5. Advertising and legal publications, I kept the same at 1,400. Training and education, I requested 1,000 more from 48 to 5,800, and dues and subscriptions stayed the same at 1,200. Moving on to departmental supplies and materials, current is 6,000 with a request amount of 7, and that covers my obligations for the lines on 440.
All right.
And if you look at the history, I've provided you a snapshot of the past 3 fiscal years, 19, 20, 20, 21, and 21, 22. You'll see that Mr. Ross has been very conservative. We've all questioned him whether he was actually giving himself enough operating cash. Travel has been maintained the same for the past 3 years. Advertising and publication has been the same for the past 3 years, as well as training and education, dues and subscriptions. Contracted services have been eliminated completely out of this current fiscal year budget and the budget request for next year. And so he actually decreased salaries and supplies and materials from 7,500 in 2021 to 6,000 this year. So that bump up request to $7,000 is still lower than 19, 20, and 2021. So he's still being real conservative in his operating ask.
And I think with the advances that we've made, mainly in the llama, and a lot of times of the fact that I can have my staff go on and do webinars and stuff like that and get CEUs versus having to travel to Flatwoods and that all the time. I try to incorporate that into a cost savings too of hotel, motel, food, and everything else that's
Plus
required.
the trip to Flatwood itself, right?
Yeah, exactly. 3.5 hours of patience.
Yeah. All right. Anybody have any concerns or questions for Mr. Ross on 440 engineering?
Be general, how's it going?
It's going good. Be honest with you, and it has to do with my staff. I'll be honest with you. I mean, I've even had staff since everything was reconfigured and I took on this new position. I even have current staff coming up and asking me what they can help me with. That goes a long way. That goes a long way.
Okay. Didn't you appoint somebody as your assistant?
Pretty much right now, from the planning perspective, Doug, Laura, and I meet on major projects multiple times a day, at least 2 times a day on something. Minor projects would be Monique. From the engineering and permit perspective, my door's open all the time. So basically between 8 and 9:30, there's someone sitting at my desk going over something.
What time do you go home?
Depends on what day of the week it is, but I try to get in here early to have an hour of my time, and then
time.
everything else is devoted to staff.
Nice and quiet, huh?
Nice and quiet, yes.
You didn't answer his question, though.
What time do I go home in the evening? I try to be out of here by 5 as much as possible, but Penny's sitting there staring at me, so she knows my vehicle's still there when she leaves. So I try to get home for dinner.
It's because she leaves at 4:30.
Sorry, Penny. Sorry, Penny. Sorry, Penny.
It's backing up, Penny. Watch out. Here it comes again.
I think, Brian, every time you're in front of us, I have to, continually express my feelings toward your dedication to your title and what you do in the county and your staff. Your staff performs and does what they do because they like who they work for. And you do what you do because you like who you work for.
Right.
And we do what we do because we work for the taxpayers and the voters, and we like them and they like us right now currently, it appears. So
Today.
yeah. But anyway, just a long way of saying thank you to you and your staff. I've never seen your department any happier what they are today. Everybody seems like they love their job. It's very rewarding for that to happen, and it comes from great leadership. So thank you again.
No, I appreciate the compliment. And just so the council knows, I did leave at 4:45 yesterday because my daughter had graduating ceremonies for basketball. She'll be going to high school next year. So,
Well, good. All right.
Brian has had some challenges in permits and engineering this year with some overtime issues. Only because it wasn't caused by mismanagement. We've had a lot of illness, not just COVID related, just some other issues and some family issues. Unfortunately,
Correct.
we've had employees that have had some personal issues that you're certainly aware of, and he has never ever come to say that they were overworked. The only time he's ever come in to see me is ask if they could use a little bit of extra overtime. Certainly are never ever going to ask.
And the numbers justify that.
So,
And I just want to bounce off what Doug had said earlier. You know, your staff is so helpful to people that when they come in and have a question, they leave, you know, with an answer to be able to help them move forward. And it hasn't always been that way. You know, when permits come in, there were delays in years past, you know, for various reasons.
6-month delays.
Yeah, but that was really not acceptable. But we don't hear those complaints today, and that is because of the leadership and the morale within the agency. So, yeah, thank you, staff, for what they do. We appreciate them, and
I will pass it on, and hopefully most of them are listening right now to hear that compliment.
All right. Well,
All
thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a quick break and we'll come right back and start with Tim Zaya. Take a break. All right, we're back in session and picking back up on our budget presentations. Next on our agenda is Tim Zia, Community Correction Director. Budget presentation for 22-23. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to start with home confinement, if that's all right. That one,
Yep, that's what's on
I
our.
believe. Home confinement program is running very smoothly. There are 6 home confinement officers that are currently budgeted for, and I believe 6 is what we'll need again for the next fiscal year, so I'm not requesting any additional positions. When we started in 2018, we supervised 93 people. In 2019, it was 166. In 2020, it was 181. And I'm talking calendar year here. And in 2021, 197. For a total of 637 people that have been supervised through the home confinement program.
Hold up, how many? 607?
637.
And that's from the time you took it over?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was 2016, 17? No, about
2018.
18.
January of 2018.
All right.
In 2021, we collected $88,645 in home confinement fees. Jail cost would have been $2,465,000 if not for that program, just for the home confinement population. The only increase that I'm requesting is in our contracted services line, which is where we pay our fee for the GPS monitoring. We were budgeted this year for $125,000. I'm requesting a 12% increase, only because that kind of is a round number to $140,000, just for some projected growth of the program. It's continued to incrementally increase each year. I suspect that'll be the same.
And you say how much have you gotten back in revenue?
In calendar year 21, it was $88,645.
Okay, so out of the 125,000, 88 of it came back from the participants.
Yes, sir.
So is that money,
That goes back into the general fund.
right, because we're funding him 100% up front,
That's just like the grants.
right?
When we get the grants, and even the funds that he generates through DHHR, the funding that he could potentially generate through Medicaid billing, that all comes back to the general fund. So, we may infuse a little bit of additional expense money in the budget as it goes along. For example, this year drug testing far exceeded anything we expected. These drug testing kits are expensive. How much is it per cup?
$350 a cup.
Per cup. So you're given 1,500 drug tests a month. Is that right? 1,600 a month. That's how many drug tests we do a month. That adds up. So we may have to infuse the budget a little bit based on unanticipated activity, but we have become, the DRC has become the drug tester of choice for the state of West Virginia. So they're very, very generous in their reimbursement. So
Got a question. Out of the 1,600 we do a month, are they all Berkeley County residents, or is that?
There are a few anomalies. We do provide some services to people without a count. Sometimes people specifically request to come here because they work in town, they work close to us, and they'd like to come in there for drug screening. And,
Okay.
but by and large, it's Berkeley County residents.
And they're paying for those screenings,
Some of them do. The HHR pays for a lot of
right?
them.
Right. But anybody coming in from the outside is going to pay for it,
Oh, yes, sir.
right? Right.
And if you're assigned under our home confinement program, if you're consigned for a home confinement program, that's not a free get out of jail pass.
Right.
It's closely monitored, and we just recently had a situation where you had someone violate the conditions, and they went back before the judge and the prosecutor. I mean, that's not uncommon.
No, something that's very important to me is that if someone's sentenced to home confinement, the terms and conditions, which are outlined by statute, are enforced. These people aren't free to just do whatever they want. They can go to work, they can go to a doctor's appointment, they can go to treatment, or required to go to the day report center. Other than that, they're in their home, or they're approved residents. They can't go out and go shopping when they want, and go to restaurants and go to parties. And
Well, when you say home, how far outside of the house can they go before the thing?
it's roughly 100 feet.
Already?
There's a
Is it a
yeah.
big pen? But,
We've had some people request permission to walk a dog. No,
so you have to tell me, the monitor that they wear, if they go out of their zone, I guess it sends you all a message and lets you know? Okay,
yes, sir.
all right.
Other than
Don't let our wives know about that thing.
other than when they're at work, I mean, do you all pick them up there at work then also?
So zones are created,
Created.
created through the website.
Okay.
So that they're set to be able to leave their house at a certain time. They have to return by a certain time. When they do leave their house, so there's inclusion zones and exclusion zones.
Okay.
If they're outside of an inclusion zone when they're not supposed to be, there's an alert. If they go into an exclusion zone, anytime there's an alert. Sometimes for domestic violence cases, for instance, there's an exclusion zone created around the victim's residence, and if they have to go near it, they're alerted, things like that. Pretty new
We've
system.
gone through, what, 2 or 3 different vendors.
Well, with some of the other things like Scram and such, we have for home confinement purposes, we've been with the same vendors since the beginning.
It's been pretty successful.
Yep. We talked about transitioning to another provider a year or so ago that have similar smartwatches, but there were some complications with the system. It would have required 2 different systems for us to use, which were more expensive. Chose not to go down that road. The technology will probably continue to improve though, and other things will become available in time.
What's the maximum amount of participants that can be on this system? Indefinite?
Yeah.
So we could just keep buying the monitors and
The restrictions, staffing.
All right, so Tim, anytime we have alternative sentencing, we always bring up the conversation about how successful the program is, how many times people reoffend, how appreciative people are. Give a little background real quick. We're in a budget cycle, but I think the people always want to know that.
I mean, for a lot of, if it were not for these programs, a lot of people would get caught up into that they're going to jail, they lose their jobs, they're separated from their family. It's just a spiral downhill. Now,
So therefore, not only does the offender get penalized, but their children and
Absolutely.
their spouse does too.
absolutely, their spouse or children are really the ones who arguably suffer more. Home confinement programs gives them an opportunity to serve their sentence, to be held accountable for committing the crime that they committed, which is appropriate. But it's a much healthier alternative. It's a win-win for the family, for the taxpayers in general.
And the prosecutor put it really well on Tuesday. People that fits these programs are people that we're not afraid of,
Correct.
but we're bad at. Right?
Sure.
So
Yep. These are nonviolent offenders who, by and large, that it's substance abuse issues, DUIs, DUI, driving under revoked for DUI, things like that, who are sentenced to home confinement. And we require that they address the issues that led to the choices that got them into this position to begin with. It's not just punishment. There's a significant rehabilitation component to it. Put them in jail is just punishment. It's detrimental and it's expensive. This is holding them accountable. It's a form of punishment, but much less restrictive, and it gives them an opportunity to take a look at the problems that led them to this situation.
At what point do you need additional home confinement officers?
If our tally got up to, if we got up to 125, we'd probably have to start talking about adding another officer. We're right now at about 95. We're hovering between 95 and 100.
Not this year, but next year.
Probably next year, I'll come to you and say, we're going to be at capacity here. What do y'all want to do?
And it hasn't been too long since we just added another one.
Right, we did. We added one a year ago. But I think we're okay for another year.
And remember, our home confinement officers don't work 8 to 5. I mean, they do, particularly on holidays.
Yeah, I mean, there are people they'll take the bracelet off, they'll cut it off at midnight. Someone's got to run out and look into that, retrieve the bracelet at least. People who have chargers that break, so there's always someone on call, and there's different things that have to be tended to around the clock.
But our home confinement officers go into the residence to do inspections too.
Oh, yes. Yep, they're in their homes.
Are you tracking anything on the bill that we're trying to get back into where they can carry?
Well, on school grant, yes. That's, I was talking to Anthony about that. Yes, I'm still on that. I've been in communication with Jason very a little bit about that. He's indicated to me that that's going to.
Yeah, because Jason introduced it last year. Right?
And if you remember, the current legislation recognizes law enforcement, parks department cops, mall cops. I mean, the list is long, but it fails to mention home confinement officers. And
Right.
that's all we want is under the definition of law enforcement to have that verbiage added.
Right.
It's an easy fix.
All right, anybody else, anybody have anything for Tim on home confinement account 705? All right, which one you doing next, Tim?
Recovery Resource Center.
Okay,
Recovery Resource Center is continuing to do good work. There are now 10 staff members assigned to the Resource Center. They're the general office staff, the peer recovery coaches who are there to assist with people who come in and request help and resources of various kinds, themselves or family members. There's also our 2 grant-funded programs that run through the Resource Center. I'm not requesting any increases for the Resource Center for next year. It's all the same. To give you some basic information, let's see, in 2021, calendar year 2021, there were 49 people that the Resource Center staff successfully got into a detox program, 68 into inpatient treatment programs, and 20 into MAT programs. So a total of 137 people that were gotten into a program of some sort. In 2021, there were 317 recovery meetings held in which 3,468 people attended. There are several meetings that are held each week that there's 25, 30 people that attend, which is why that modular directly beside the 800 Emmett Roush there is very helpful. It's a very appropriate space for those sorts of meetings. The Juvenile Opioid Treatment Intervention Prevention Program is a grant-funded program that started in 2020, and not much happened in 2020 because of the COVID stuff that happened and all the school closures and such. So that grant's actually been extended for another year. A lot of the funds that would have been utilized that year were redistributed, and we were actually able to hire some more staff for that program, which is necessary because that program has really become popular among the schools. In 2021, the staff were in Martinsburg High, Hedgesville High, South Middle School, and Timber Ridge. In 2022, they're scheduled to be in Spring Mills, Musselman, Mountain Ridge Middle, Hedgesville Middle, and James Rumsey. They're in each school 2 days a week from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. So 4 days a week they're in the schools, 2 to 3, 2 different schools a week to facilitate this curriculum, and they're all day. They rotate the kids in and out. There's sometimes 60 kids per class. They really connect with the kids because a large part of what they do is they're sharing their own stories. These are people that are in recovery themselves, and they're sharing their stories, and they can relate to the kids. A lot of the kids can relate to them. They start asking lots of questions and such. They establish relationships with some of them. On Wednesdays is the day they're not in the schools, and on that day they assist with the juvenile drug court program, and they assist with the facilitation of the youth group. In 2021, they interacted with a total of 1,248 kids. 366 ninth graders responded to a survey that was distributed. 98% of them found the information shared during the 10 weeks of the curriculum was useful. 93% said they felt better equipped to handle exposure to drugs and alcohol. 98% said they had a better understanding of addiction. 44% said they could use additional support, and the coaches share their numbers with them. And there are a number of kids that connect with them outside of the school setting, which is what we hope to accomplish. 17% said they were currently living with someone struggling with addiction. 33% said the most useful part of the program was hearing the stories of someone who lived through addiction. So we have 2 more years of this grant, and we have 4 staff members now associated with the JOTIP grant-funded program. So it's going very well. Any questions about JOTIP? Quick Response Team is the other grant-funded program that's run through the Resource Center. Quick Response Team continues to do very good work, and we're continuing to see really good results from the Quick Response Team. So from October 2020, when it first started, through December 2021, they've knocked on 473 doors in which overdoses took place. They have reached 206 survivors of the overdose. 68 family members were willing to have conversations with them. They've distributed 123 naloxone kits to the survivors and or their families. 87 people accepted services. So 42% of all the contacts were made accepted services. And if you just think about that for a minute, that's really, really impressive, because I've said this before. I just didn't think that the number would be that high. These are people that, if not for the QRT, they would have had an overdose. EMS goes, they refuse services, they Narcan them, but they refuse services, and they go on about their lives. QRT is
To do it again.
yes. The QRT is intercepting the addiction process and saying, hey, this is who we are, this is what we're able to do for you. Let us know if you'd like to talk. And 42% of them had said, yes, I'd like to do something here. That's 42% of people who have actually done something, not just said hello. I'm really pleased with that.
That's a very high percentage.
Yep.
Somebody said,
and-
I want help.
I believe it has a lot to do with the staff members assigned to it. They have to have this ability
The
to be able
approach.
to just connect with them, and not appear to just be a person in a suit, but to connect with them, that they can identify with this person. That's where the value of the peer recovery coaches come in. These are people who have lived experience with addiction, who've been there, done that, and they know how to talk to them. They know what they're going through. They've been there.
It's not what you say, it's how you say it.
Sure. My wife tells me that.
I was going to say.
Yeah,
He-
I learned.
So
I could
the
have used
grant,
that yesterday.
the grants that feed the Recovery Resource Center, the DHHR grant, we get $80,000 a year. JOTIP is $300,000 a year for the next 2 years. $300,000 each year. And the QRT is roughly $165,000 a year. Pretty much that entire department, with the exception of the Recovery Services Coordinator salary, is grant funded.
The QRT is just I know you'll remember this, but you go through so much information during the course of the year. The QRT is a cooperative
Health Department.
effort between Health Department and the county. If you remember, they received the funding, really couldn't be as responsive as they would have liked to get this QRT deployed, so they came to Tim. We hire the employees. We purchased the QRT vehicle outright out of your capital vehicle account on a monthly basis. They reimburse us not only for wages and benefits and some supplies, but we've also amortized the cost of that vehicle with no interest. And then they're actually paying for that vehicle through the grant. So
I wonder what their reasoning was to run it through the health department and not through, I mean, I know everybody doesn't have day report or.
For whatever the reason, the state decided that they wanted quick response team funding to be funneled through the health departments.
Yeah, I wonder what their reasoning was for.
That's a
that,
good question.
You know,
That's a good
'cause
question.
it just doesn't seem like it, not that it's not in a bad spot for it, but it seems like it does better.
Maybe because the health department is a state-funded agency.
There's also probably most counties in our state don't have resources.
They don't.
Maybe that's part of it too. I don't know.
Yeah.
Tim, has the city of Martinsburg agreed to participate in this program yet?
So just recently, I'm going to say it's been 2 months ago, we started receiving City of Martinsburg data.
Good.
So we now actually, Chief Hummingbird is the one who assisted with that. We get a daily email from them, similar to the way that we do from county, with overdose data. And so, yes,
Good.
they're participating now.
And when you look at, Tim said he's not asking for any more operating cash for the recovered resources. If you look at their beginning supplies and materials allocation of $10,000 and what it was adjusted to as of the end of December, which was 25 and change, that's only because every once in a while Tim will call me and say, hey, HIDA just said, you know, they have $15,000 extra that we can buy Narcan kits with, or we can buy educational information. Can we buy it? And they'll reimburse us. So we'll go on and buy it out of supplies and materials. And then when we get reimbursed, then we put it back in there. So we never, Tim never misses a chance for additional funds.
And I think it's very important that, to say it one more time, that this program is 100% grant funded other than the director you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and the reason why the county started this program was because we'd hate to think that you'd had to break the law to get help. You know, if
We
you're
want
sick.
to catch them before they get
Right,
there.
and that's the same thing with the children. I mean, we got to change this cycle. You know, we got to get in the schools and say, hey, this isn't how life is. So right now, I mean, you're looking at a $480,000 budget that's pretty much 100% grant funded.
Correct.
How's the new building working out? They like it?
Yes.
Okay.
It's
There's a lot of activity
I
over
was
there.
going to say the parking lot's
Got to
normally
replace
full.
them hinges on the doors for long.
Or sliders, actuators or
Yeah.
something, yeah.
all right. Ready for Day Report Center?
Now, before Tim goes too far, over the past 5 years, we've grown, as you know, from 3 employees to what he's about to present. There's an awful lot of moving parts. So what I asked him to do for me, which I found to be beneficial, which I put it in your packet, is an org chart. So you'll see a collar coordinated org chart, which really kind of delineates all the different functions of the DRC. It's got to be a pretty complex part.
It is, yeah.
It's one of the largest org charts that we have.
Yes, it is.
I see Kathy's name changed.
Yes, sir. She got married. She got married.
Yeah,
It's on her
she's,
day. Okay. The Day Report Center continues to be busy. So fiscal year 2021, yes, fiscal year 2021, we received a total of 555 referrals. 255 from the courts, 111 from probation, 25 from state drug court, 73 from home confinement, 83 from parole, and 8 from DHHR. Out of those 555 referrals, 465 of those folks were admitted. So far in this fiscal year, 21-22, since July 1st, we've received 309 referrals. So we're on track to exceed the numbers from last year again. 132 from mag court, 51 from probation, 14 from drug court, 17 home confinement, 27 parole, 7 from lead, which is a new referral source, and 37 from DHHR, 24 from our new juvenile program already. That's going to roll. And we've admitted 248. Our graduates in recidivism, as of October 21, that's when I run those checks, we've now graduated 248 people, and there were 52 new arrests out of those 248. I would like to say that a number of those new arrests are either not drug related, or they're people who were charged with something but they've not been adjudicated yet. But I went ahead and counted the numbers. So 52 in the rest. So our recidivism rate is at October 21, 21%, which I'm particularly happy with. Okay, so there are several lines that I've requested increases in Day Report Center, and I'll explain why. Professional services, contracted services, and supplies and materials. Professional services, last year I requested $70,000. This year I'm requesting $101,700. Our scram monitoring is a service that we provide to DHHR and sometimes probation if they request it. That's just begun to take off over the last 6 months. We pay $650 a day for the supervision. We use a company called Knight's Armor for that. Scram monitoring, by the way, is secure continuous remote alcohol monitoring. DHHR, some of the judges over there, and sometimes probation, they want to know immediately if someone drinks. They don't want to wait on urine drug screens. So these monitors actually do just that. It's a monitor they wear around their ankle. It detects alcohol pretty immediately after consuming. So we pay $650 a day. It roughly costs $195 per person per month. Currently, there's 12 people hooked up, which costs us $2,340 a month. I'd like to project 25 people to be hooked up per month next fiscal year, which would cost us $58,500. That is a revenue source. I'll discuss that later. But our cost would be $58,500 and 25 per month we're hooked up, and I think that's possible. Our electronic health record software is something that we will need to purchase when we begin billing Medicaid. We'll actually need to purchase that as of July 1st. It will cost roughly $1,000 a month for $12,000 for the year. Oxford House is we use some grant funding to help people get on their feet by paying a month's rent at Oxford House. It's something that HIDA likes. They're the adult drug court grant that we have, like us to use some money for that. So I'm asking for $10,000 there, grant funded money. When we begin Medicaid billing, it's complex. There's a lot of things about it that I'm not entirely familiar with. We've been paying a contractor to help us with our application, and I'd like to keep that person available to us as we begin the process, because there may be a number of things that I need assistance with. So I'm asking for about $1,000 a month for 12 months there. We also like to be able to offer to pay for clinical supervision for therapists that come on board, because part of their requirement to either obtain or maintain their licensure is clinical supervision. So I'm asking for $5,200 there, which is roughly $100 a week for 52 weeks. And then miscellaneous expenditures such as employment physicals. We have to pay a fee for the risk and needs assessment tool that we use to the state. So I'm asking for $4,000, totaling $101,700 in professional services. Contracted services. Last year I asked for $60,000. This coming year I'm asking for $200,000. And here's why: the drug screening services that we do have jumped big time in the last 6 months. DHHR is sending all their people here to us now for drug screening, plus our own client population of roughly 280 people right now.
How often do they get drug tested?
3 times a week. We're doing approximately 1,600 drug screens per month right now. The lab fee is $8.12 per test average, which is about $13,000 a month. I'm projecting the $1,600 a month number to jump to $1,750 a month from July through December, and then I'm projecting it to jump to $2,000 from January through June of 23. $14,210, $16,204, totaling $182,700, and I added a 10% cushion in there. $200,000 is what I'm asking for contracted services budget, because
But
that's roughly what it's going to cost.
This generates revenue as well.
Yeah.
I'm going to get to that in a minute.
He's going to talk
Okay.
about his revenue. don't forget, particularly as he starts talking about this new endeavor that we hope to kick off soon, that
Right.
at the end of next fiscal year, we project, correct me if I'm wrong, that you'll be self-supported,
Yes, sir.
more than self-supported.
I'm going to get to the revenues here in a minute. This is just what it's going to cost us to do this.
So what I'm trying to say, this is basically being looked at as bridge money. That's all it is.
It's not even gonna be bridge.
It's not even going to be bridge money.
Okay.
So, all right, supplies and materials. Last year I asked for 50,000. This year I'm asking for 106,800. The cups that we use for drug screening cost $3.50 each. I believe from July through December we're going to do roughly 1,750 tests a month, which will cost 10,500, and then from January through June, roughly 2,000 a month, which will cost 12,000. That is $78,750 for the year. The drug screening techs have to use gloves. We buy those things by the case. Roughly $7,000 is what I'm asking for gloves. Toilet hats, which are these things that we put on the toilets for some of the ladies to use to pee into. They dump the urine into a cup. I need about $1,050 to cover the cost of those. And then the miscellaneous office supplies, curriculum assessment materials, some diagnostic materials that we use, $20,000, totaling $106,800. So each of those lines, there are significant increases that I'm requesting for the reasons that I explained. But this year, our grants alone, we're bringing back $846,618. The revenue streams that we've set up through from July 1st through December 31st, 2021, we brought back $389,090. I suspect that number to be roughly the same, maybe a little more, but let's just multiply it by 2. That's $778,000. $778,180. You combine that with the grant funding that's coming back, totaling $1,624,798. So I believe for fiscal year 2021, our budget, the Day Report Center budget for this year was 1.499, right?
Actually, it's 1.503387.
Okay.
If we had to tweak a little bit or something.
I believe at the end of this fiscal year, we'll bring back a little more than we spent. What I project for 22-23 is that we're going to bring back $1,145,000, $1,145,618 via grant. That's $350,000 from HIDA, $200,000 Community Corrections, $103,500 Justice Reinvestment Initiative, $40,000 from LEAD, $115,118 from the Adult Drug Court Grant, $37,000 from West Virginia COSAP, which is Comprehensive Opioid Stimulant Substance Abuse Prevention. I think that's what that stands for. $37,000 from West Virginia COSAP, $300,000 from Bureau of Justice Assistance COSAP. The revenues that I project for next year total $780,000, and that is Adult Drug Court, DHHR drug screening, parole per diem, and SCRAM monitoring. That's a conservative projection. It's probably going to be more than that, but let's say 7. So I believe next year we're going to bring back $1,925,618. That does not include insurance billing. I may get into that now. Everybody tracking with me so far? Okay. All right. The Licensed Behavioral Health Center, we're going to be receiving notice any day now of our license.
And we're 99% sure.
99.9%. Yeah. Yes.
That it's that we got. We just haven't gotten
The official notice.
official notice.
The total request, and this is included in my requests now, the professional services, contracted services, some of those things are relevant specifically to us becoming a licensed behavioral health center. The total request relevant to the licensed behavioral health center, and this includes the staffing. Maybe let me go through that first. Let me do that first. Some of my classification or personnel / reclassification requests are specifically relevant to us becoming a licensed behavioral health center. One of them, we currently have a therapist on staff. Her name is Erin Mills. I'm requesting that her title be changed from therapist to Day Report Center Clinical Supervisor, effective July 1st, 2022. And I'm requesting a $3,000 increase in her salary. She's been a therapist at the Day Report Center since October 1st, 2020. She has a master's degree in professional counseling and has been in the process of obtaining a full license for the last 18 months. She'll be fully licensed effective July 1st, 2022, and she will provide full oversight to our clinical services at the Day Report Center, including individual and group therapy, case management, billing, and peer recovery support services billing. She'll provide supervision to all therapists hired at the Berkeley Day Report Center. Billing of insurance requires a licensed professional to allow for their license to be used for the purposes of billing insurance, and this position would require that. It's kind of a big deal. Her license is what allows us to bill insurance, and she will be allowing for her license to be used for that purpose. She'll provide all the supervision to the therapists. That's one of my reclassification requests, and that's a $3,000 request. The other, we have an administrative assistant one.
Jim, not to interrupt,
Uh-huh.
as you look at the bottom of your spreadsheet that I did for you, you'll see all the personnel requests that Tim is asking for. Compensation, employer FICA PERS based on our 10% contribution. We haven't received notification as what they're going to adjust that. Health insurance for new positions, and it'll give you the total gross. They'll have all this, Tim.
Okay,
So,
good. I don't have to mention that.
No, you don't. You're good.
Miranda Bartley, I'm requesting that her position be reclassified from Administrative Assistant 1 to Administrative Assistant 2. She's been serving as Administrative Assistant 1 since January 4th, 2021. She's clearly demonstrated that her knowledge, skills, and abilities far surpass the requirements of her position. As of July 1st, 2022, the DRC will officially be positioned to bill Medicaid and other insurances for clinical services. Insurance billing will be an extremely sensitive aspect of the work that must be accomplished. A full-time billing specialist will need to be hired, but I will need someone to be fully trained in billing to serve as a backup in the case that the full-time billing specialist is out for vacation or there's turnover in that position. And Ms. Bartley will be expected to perform all of her current job duties, but will also be fully trained and regularly assisting with all aspects of insurance billing. It's going to require several months of training for her to do that. The other request that I'm making is for a new position, which is billing specialist. For obvious reasons, we're going to need a billing specialist. That's a full-time job in and of itself. So the total personnel request that I'm making is roughly $391,000. Now that includes what I just mentioned, plus the new therapist that you all approved just a couple of days ago for me to hire now, and the two others that upon receipt of our license we'll be able to hire. That also includes the monies that I mentioned before for our electronic health record and for our licensed behavioral health center contractor. So the total request that's relevant to becoming a licensed behavioral health center is $415,000 roughly, okay? When we start billing Medicaid, one therapist running one intensive outpatient program with 12 people in it would bill $26.40 an hour for the group therapy, totaling $11,405 a month. Those same people would receive 1 hour of therapy a week, $107.52 an hour, totaling $5,160 a month. Each of those people will receive a minimum of 15. It's going to be more than that, but it's a minimum of 15 minutes of case management services at $14.88 for every 15 minutes, totaling $714 a month. Each of those 12 people will receive a minimum of 1 hour of peer recovery support services, which we billed $57.40 an hour, totaling $2,755 a month. So total billing for 12 people and 1 IOP receiving individual therapy, 15 minutes of case management, 1 hour of peer recovery work would be $20,034 a month, $240,408 a year. Multiply that by 4 therapists. All 4 therapists would be running an IOP. So at 100% capacity, we would bring back $961,632 for the year. If they only billed at 50% capacity, we'd bring back $480,816. My request is for $415,000. So at only 50% capacity, what I'm requesting would be fully covered. Now, when I say full capacity, that doesn't even include, so one therapist who's running an IOP will also be running probably 90 to 120 minutes of additional group therapy a week and have a heavier caseload than just 12 as far as individual counseling is concerned. But I didn't even factor that in. I want to be conservative with the numbers that I'm presenting to you. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What you're saying is billable and your actual increase is going to surpass what your increase is.
Yeah, we understand numbers.
You know, when the council started this program in August of 16, the previous fiscal year, through the contractual arrangement we had with Jefferson County, we contributed $100,000 to the TRC. Our first fiscal year that was under our umbrella.
That's what we contributed to Jefferson County.
That's what we paid
And
Jefferson
the
County.
one thing that we got out of that deal was temp.
Was 10. The first year, the first fiscal year that we had it, we funded it for 11 months. Our budget was $242,898. That was 3 employees and when we started, what, handful of participants, 6, 8, something like that. The intent of this council was never to make money, was never to even break even. I remember early on, it was to save lives, to keep families together, to keep people employed.
And improve our community as a whole.
Correct. And, you know, the philosophy that you drilled into my head many, many years ago was we're going to give people a hand up, not a handout. And so we found the bridge money to make it happen. Through Tim's efforts, we've grown considerably. We've talked many, many times that we're probably the only county in the state that over the past 5 years, our regional jail expense has actually
Decrease.
decreased.
About $1 million.
Yeah, easily. That's compounded. Now, Tim, with this most recent venture, which I fully
Let's just back up just for a second. The 3 years of savings on the regional jail bill paid for the building we just got done.
correct. He's now brought this program to the point where we have more participants now than we've ever had, to the point where we now have to think about designing the addition to a building that we just dedicated last calendar year. And he's going to be self-supporting. Yeah,
Yes.
that says a lot for this council, and it says a lot for Tim and his employees and what they've been able to do.
Absolutely. And you know, we have a lot of people here today in the audience because of budget presentations, but you know, we talked about, you know, you being self-sufficient and actually in the black possibly. Now, your presentation always generally includes how much have we saved in your programs rather than sending people, because our regional jail bill was about 3.2. It went down to 2.2 last year, and the year before it was right around 2.2. Where would our regional jail bill be if we didn't have the program?
Doug, it would be entirely unmanageable.
7 million,
There-
8 million?
there wouldn't even be enough room in that jail. You know, so a lot of people that would need to be dealt with in some way wouldn't be, and I don't know. I mean, there's 300 people almost alone right now enrolled in service at the day report center. There's another 100 in home confinement. I mean, do that math quickly. If you just put all those people in jail,
448.
280, so 380 people. 380 times 48.25 a day.
All right, wait a second.
1.3 for the year.
6.7 million.
That's way off.
And our budget for regional jail this year is 2 million. And I point out the budget numbers only because this spreadsheet's in your read ahead.
Right.
And if someone looks at this and say, well, wait a minute, 5 years ago, the council was only spending less than $300,000. Now they're spending, the proposal is to spend over $2 million.
Right. Yeah. So,
And one more point I want to make. If you all approve this staffing, the Mountain View Behavioral Health staff vacates the building and we fill those last few offices, we're actually completely done as far as staff. So when the need begins to present, we're not going to be able to meet the need beyond what we're. So if you all want to continue meeting the need down the road, that addition needs to get talked about much sooner than later.
yeah.
Because I literally won't have any more room for ERC staff.
What about an annex in another location? Would that be beneficial?
No, that makes it too
It-
hard.
I mean, for the geographic of people's location.
It would become anything that we did at another location would complicate things for us because of there's drug screening, there's case management, there's peer coaching, there's therapy that all happen, and a lot of these people we transport. We have 4 vans that are running all day long,
Yeah, I've seen.
and it would complicate things for us.
Okay.
Yeah. Ideally, it needs to be in one
One
spot.
spot. Okay. It's pretty centrally located where you're at.
Yeah, it's a great.
And you know, Tim and I just had a conversation about our employees. Actually, our employees are subpoenaed to testify in court more times than we'd like to admit. We need to make sure that the chain of custody that we can beyond any reasonable doubt validate
maintained.
the chain of custody.
All right, anybody have any questions for Tim?
You're busy. I know you're busy. You know, when I stop over there, it's just people wanting to move, people coming in all time of the day and the evening and everything else.
Definitely a beehive over there.
It is. You know, I hate it that we even have to have it, but I'm glad that this council had the foresight to get it, to get the people the help that they need. And you all are doing a lot of good work.
Thank you.
Yeah. We could talk about you all day, Tim, but we have people waiting on us.
Thank you all.
Jim, I'm gonna ask you to take over for me, but the next one's, I just need a couple minutes. Sure. Our next person on the agenda is Susan Crow, Berkeley County Historical Landmarks. Susan, you're here to for your budget presentation 22-23. I'm gonna leave just for a couple minutes. I'll be right back. Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you.
Good morning. Just brought a little something for you guys to look at. I'm not a big fan of being on YouTube or Facebook. Just put that out there for you guys.
That's okay. We're not either.
Just smile.
So.
Thank you.
So, stated to Mr. Kogan out earlier, I'm on vacation, so of course I'm scatterbrained. So we'll see how this goes. I'm new on the position, so if you guys have any questions, I'm guaranteeing I probably don't have the answer. Just a head up. So the Berkeley County Historic Landmarks Commission was formed in 1874 due to the fact that Berkeley County is rich with numerous historic buildings, structures, and sites, which have close and immediate relationship to the historic significance of
values upon which the county, state, and nation were founded on. On March 5th, 1992, the Berkeley County Historic Landmarks Commission was officially established by the Berkeley County Commission under the provisions of Chapter 8, Article 26A of the West Virginia Code. The Landmarks Commission is a certified local government entity that is responsible for the preservation, protection, and documentation of historic resources of Berkeley County. Operating under the authority granted by the West Virginia legislation, as well as the Berkeley County Council, Landmarks maintains files, maps, and related to the mission. These files are part of the Landmarks, which has extensively surveyed the county for the historical and cultural resources resulting in historic districts both in Martinsburg and throughout the county. The Commission maintains the associated files for utilization by the public. The Landmarks also serves as the local agent in the Section 106 review process, as well as provides assistance to owners of eligible properties. The time and information provided by the Landmarks Commission is often counted as in-kind contributions towards the match of a grant. The Landmarks, by working with state and federal entities, are able to and can provide technical assistance to both local governments and residents in historic preservation efforts through grants and other available resources. The Landmarks works with numerous agencies, including but not limited to the Historic Society, West Virginia SHPO Office, Preservation Alliance of West Virginia, Farmland Protection Board, CBB, West Virginia Division of Highways, National Park Service, and the National Trust for Historic Preservation. Preserving and promoting the historic resources of Berkeley County leads to community revitalization through renovation and adaptive uses of historic buildings. It increases the property value, a strong sense of community, and lastly, it increases in revenue from tourism, all of which increases the quality of life throughout our community. Berkeley County Historic Landmarks maintains an inventory of over 3,000 inventory properties, which includes National Registry properties, 160 cemeteries, numerous historic districts, and owns 5 properties and currently owns 2 historic preservation easements. Pardon me. The inventory and office space that is used by the Landmarks is at the Berkeley County Historic Society Archives building. This allows them and provides a great meeting space and space to house all the needed information that is used when completing research and ground requests from private residents, professional business owners, and other government entities. COVID did impact our volunteers in both the Historic Society and the Landmarks, but last year the Landmarks did see an increase of residents wanting to volunteer in the communities. Also, I'd like to possibly thank all the Landmarks commissioners, including Councilman Kokenauer, who volunteer their time, and my behind-the-scenes volunteers that the Landmarks currently have. One of our major projects that the Landmarks worked on last year was the Little Georgetown Cemetery. Many members in the local community reached out to the Landmarks and wanted to work on a few of their local cemeteries they saw daily, one of which was the Little Georgetown Cemetery. The result of them reaching out was the creation of a cemetery workshop. Over the course of the end of July and the beginning of August, around 20 to 25 people showed up to volunteer to clean up, reset tombstones, and provide maintenance to the cemetery. This resulted in about 300 volunteer hours and does not include the 2 local businesses that performed in-kind stone wall repair and tree removal. Another major project still occurring with the Landmarks is a cemetery inventory, which includes determining cemeteries that have deeds and those that do not, and the cemeteries that need additional research. This project will hopefully lead to the Landmarks being able to register many cemeteries with the State Historic Preservation Office. Side note that I found kind of interesting, according to independentsector.org, the national volunteer value per hour last year was $28.54. Value here. Volunteers, they're really worth a lot. As for the budget request, since the Landmarks has had a recent change in leadership and the budget request was completed beforehand, the Landmarks is currently asking for the $2,950 with West Virginia core insurance and for administrative overhead. Last year, the only source of income for the landmarks was from this council. In the future, if funding would become available, the landmarks could possibly complete more projects such as, but not limited to, updating survey files, holding historic preservation lectures, trainings, and/or workshops, have more of a presence on the Clio app, that would be you guys, and create brochures and increase heritage tourism. And just real fast, I've only been the chair for 2.5 weeks, right? And with the help of Anthony Sid, Jerry Wine, and Justin Hunt, we now have an email and phone number. So we're making headway.
You're making progress.
We're getting somewhere.
I don't know if we're gonna be able to keep up with you here. You're all gonna have to.
I don't know.
Yeah.
So that's all I have.
All right.
You guys have any questions?
No, I see you
Definitely.
later brochure, and we was just talking about this 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, Clio is awesome. Definitely use it.
Yeah.
If you don't, it's replaces a lot of road signs.
Uh-huh.
You can sit in your living room and do almost anything that's local or it's national.
The only thing that's missing on here is a QR code.
What?
I didn't create
barcode?
this.
A QR code that you
Yeah.
could just, take, and it takes you right to the app. That'd be the only thing I would change on it. That's still very good.
Yeah, it's a wonderful app and it's created here in West Virginia. So
Yeah.
definitely promote it.
We were just talking about that 2 weeks ago.
And one of the things that they really work hard at and spend a lot of time is the protection of cemeteries. With the amount of growth that we have and development that's going on, to be able to identify and protect those loved ones who've been buried many years ago. So, thank you for what you're doing there. And I know that you've been on this committee for a long period of time. I'd also like to thank Mr. Funkhauser for his service up until recently. But thank you for your willingness to step forward and lead.
All right. Yeah, thank you. And we're, with Matt on board and stuff like that, it seems like we're making a lot of progress into the history and stuff too. So kind of organizing everything, getting everything together. So,
And Mr. Martin has been able to
Yeah.
give us a lot of guidance, on the legal side of things. So well. So.
Yeah, and Mr. Martin also has a lot of intelligence and influence about the area that I'm not aware of. Even though I'm from here, you can go and go, that's that.
yeah. All right. Well, thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Susan.
All right.
Thank you.
You raised your hand up, and we can't do comments during the time, but we do have a public comment at the end if you want to say something, okay? All right. Okay, all right. Randy, everybody, are you all in a hurry? Because we're behind, and I know I'd rather take Parks and Rec real quick in front of you guys. So. All right, next on our agenda, or second on our agenda, is Bob Williams, Executive Director, Martinsburg, Berkeley County Parks and Rec, 2022-23 budget presentation. I see you have your board president and Teresa here, so good to have you, Bob.
Thank you for having me here today. It's a pleasure. I was here just about 4.5 months ago when I was just joined you here, with Parks and Rec. We have Chris Palmer, our board president, and Teresa Reynolds, our financial director, helped us prepare the documents that we've already sent to you all. It's been a good year, challenging, can continue to be challenging year for the Parks and Recreation. Some of the successes we've had, I want to point out right away, is we have completed our strategic planning process. This is step one of two. The next step is a master planning process, which will take us through, basically a strategic planning process, which is just looking at broad terms, and the master planning process, we're looking at taking that information along with our community survey to, which I'll expound on just a moment here, to talk about future programs, services, facilities, and resources that we're going to need to provide recreation services for our communities. But out of that strategic plan, we were able to come up with a succinct and up-to-date mission and vision statement. And I'll just do that real quickly. Our updated mission statement, as adopted by the board on December 21st of 21, was to provide a sustaining park system that enriches the quality of people's lives through participation in recreation, open spaces, and natural resources. And our vision statement is to be a leader in enhancing and preserving our high quality and accessible parks, modern recreation and wellness facilities, and healthy programs and services for everyone. That was very important to us. Just as a brief summary, because I know there's a lot of other folks that have presentations, but we were able to complete several projects throughout this past year. Courthouse received several. Most notably is the Chuck Taylor Memorial Playground, which was provided for, and this is obviously for most people know Mr. Taylor and his great work that him and his family has done around playground equipment, and they were able to provide almost a $100,000 project for mostly supported through private donations. County did contribute to the closing cost for this, a little $15,000 like this year, about 4 months ago, and we were opening that. I just want to say that every time I've been there, Tuesday afternoon or Saturday morning, it is packed. It's the only playground that has a rubberized surface in the county, and people are very excited, and the usage shows that it's very exciting.
And
We've got a new small pavilion across the creek that we're just about ready to wrap up.
I can't interrupt you just for a second, Bob. It's that whole playground was dedicated in for Mr. Taylor because of his death.
That's correct, yes.
Sad to say, after probably within 2 or 3 weeks after that dedication was done, his brother passed away.
Yes, that was very unfortunate.
Yeah.
And obviously most folks knew John Taylor as well, and how much he contributed, a long-standing board member. Just it was almost very appropriate that I'm personally glad that he got to see the playground dedicated.
Right. Yeah.
But it was certainly part of the family, and we did receive several donations in memory of John as well as Chuck. But their kindness and their commitment to our communities provide us with some significant. Like I said, every time I go out to the courthouse, I'll be out there this afternoon, and I know I'm going to see kids out there playing, especially today. It's 50 plus degrees. I mean, it's going to be a day that you're going to want to get those kids outside and get some energy out.
We might change in kids ourselves.
We've been trying to improve the stream out there. We did some dredging that was approved by the Corps of Engineers, and that was completed, and it was done about 20 years ago, and we completed that, took about 20 tons of material sediment out, which was causing problems down here and erosion of the banks. So correct that, and we're looking forward to moving forward with a real positive summer, continuing the fishing program that we have out in the pond. A lot of folks utilize that. I see a lot of parents and kids out there frequently, and it's good to see that activity, as well as other activities at the farm. We have, disc golf is still very big. We've got fields that are used quite a bit, and our rental support through the barn is helping to pay for most of the operations as far as maintenance on the site. So we're real happy to see that. You may have heard that we dedicated November the Born Learning Trail down at Peter Faulkner. It was a collaboration between multiple agencies, and that we have been out there is a trail that has several interpretive signs that actually you can use to interact with your kids while you're out there. What do you see? What do you smell?
So this is at P.O. Faulkner?
Yeah, it's at P.O. Faulkner.
Okay.
Yeah, if you go to the parking lot, it's right in the parking lot. You'll see the first sign. There's a couple signs up and down. There's a trail that goes all the way down the bottom hill.
Okay.
and there's several stations. And so that was dedicated November 21. We hope to publicize that a little bit more. This cabin theater comes out in springtime, so get folks outside. As far as other park projects that around the county and the city, State Farm Pavilion here at Wilmore Park. The supply chain issues have been real for us. We were middle for that last May, about 3-4 weeks ago. Fortunately, our vendor has been able to construct that. It's much better now. It'll be open for our next season in April. So we're excited about that. A lot of people have asked about the Berkeley monument. That was received. If you haven't been out to Memorial, that's all erected. Got 2 of the 4 plaques around the base erected already. 2 are still being restored. Those are delayed. Hopefully we'll get better in early summer at this point. I just erected some decorative fence yesterday to academic landscaping was put up about a month or so ago. So that's right across from the existing memorial, and it's been well received by the community. We continue to improve recreation centers. We have needs for HVAC units, improvements to Lambert Pool. The county's been very helpful in updating our rec centers with door fobs and security cameras, now active, and helped us in our activities around those facilities. So thanks to the county IT department for that. Mr. Wise has been very helpful, and looking forward to doing some more projects potentially this summer to support probably Poor House later on this year. We certainly have a lot of other things that are on our plans for this year and the coming years. We're trying to be more strategic in our operations and planning, trying to be more proactive. We're trying to watch for trends and taking steps to prepare for our future challenges. This is not in the presentation that was provided for you, but we're looking at growth in this in the county. We attended the county schools presentation a week or so ago, where they're looking at 4,000 new students in the next 5 to 10 years. I've also talked to county officials about looking at potentially 15,000 people in the next 3 years or so. And we're watching that because that'll be an increase for the need for services and programs that we provide. And so we're looking at how that is going to impact us and how we need to prepare for that. I mentioned a little bit ago, we took a community survey just before Thanksgiving and started seeing some of the results come in December and January. We had over 1,700 participants provide us feedback through the survey. This was our first community survey that we've completed, and so we were happy with those results. We're real excited because it's going to give us real data and real feedback from people that we've tried really hard to get people that aren't using our facilities. We reached out to companies and organizations that perhaps had different audiences that we were seeing now. The data proved that we did reach out to them because 69% have not been to any of our facilities during the survey results. And so when we got the result data, it was, I think, very helpful. We received feedback that says people were looking for a couple different priorities. One was playground improvements and repairs, walking trails, increasing water features, diversity of programs, and I say that because a lot of our programs are based on sports. People are asking for different types of programs, and then just be prepared for the parks and services in the different growth areas that we're seeing throughout the county. So this is going to help us guide our master planning process with real data, not just conjecture or what we feel is. It's based on what people have told us is important to them. So if you don't have that data, I must be able to provide that to you. I will get that to you so you can share that with the council.
If you could email that to me.
I'll certainly do that. We reason didn't get to it yet because we just received the 2 parts to it. One was just check the box, and the other one was written. And they compiled the written. It took more longer things are on that page document by the time they were done. So we could just, comments, which I really was surprised about getting much feedback. So I think that would be a good basis for, like I said, master planning process, which we're starting next month, we go on for about 6 months, and really look at and put out what capital resources we need, operational resources we're going to need to provide these parks and recreation services for our growing communities. We're also looking at different, internally, we're looking at different ways to make us a strong organization. 70% of our funding right now comes through program fees, and most of that through sports program fees, and that puts us at risk, which was shown from COVID. Didn't have any programs, so we're trying to focus on other things to help diversify our funding, that we can expand our programs and service populations that are not currently being served. In sports, we don't really have as much as we could for these typical or traditional park weaknesses.
Bob, the short time that you've been here, have you done an analysis on how we compare with the surrounding area on our fee structure?
Yeah, we're slowly stepping through that. We just adjusted our pavilion rental. Thank you very much. That was one of the rental fees. We got several rental fees. The pavilion rentals, we've already adjusted that because that hadn't been adjusted for a very long time, and we are near the bottom anyway. So we're trying to step up. We're going to review that on an annual basis to make sure that. Actually, we're going to review all our fees on an annual basis to make sure we're within the region competitive, and also addressing when you have 7% inflation, our material costs our staffing costs are going up.
7% don't touch it.
I know.
It doesn't touch it.
What they put into paper.
Yeah.
And we haven't touched it for years. So, we're the other thing we're competing with is local staffing. For our frontline folks, whether it's lifeguards or concession workers, had to increase fees because we compete with fast food chains and the like that. I think we provide a better experience for life skills and things like that. Those young students that may be going after those type of things are looking for all the mighty dollars. So we certainly have some competition there that's impacting how we can provide the services. And we recognize that as a challenge, how to feed that. And then we're also trying to increase our internal controls. We do better in a lot of areas. One of those is, we're trying to improve our HR protocols. We're improving our financial protocols to reduce waste and theft, unifying systems across the organization so that we can move out of operational silos, ultimately providing better productivity and most importantly, the customer service experience. So, because we need to do better, we acknowledge that and try to do that analysis. And work with others, we've had certainly different groups of people that have come to us and say, how can we work with you? And appreciate our board as well as Mr. Hookenauer, who's our liaison, to provide us some ideas and resources and connections that I've certainly needed in the past few months to meet folks to make sure that we're heading the right path.
Bob, one of the things that we've been actually, I've done some calculation on your hotel motel tax for 21-22.
Yeah.
First 5 months you brought in 176,237. If you do the math, and it looks like you're on pace to do about $423,000 of revenue from the hotel motel tax in 21-22. If my numbers are correct.
It's getting, we're getting closer to the pre-COVID numbers.
Right.
And it's not quite there yet, but it certainly is improving.
I'm thinking 423 would put you over those numbers, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, we always base our numbers expectations
About 350, 360, I think, was where we peaked out before.
Yeah.
One of the things that has always been brought up to us, and President Palmer and I talked a little bit on the phone, is a sustainable revenue. not a sustainable, but a revenue that
Revenue source.
doesn't fluctuate.
Right.
And Mr. Catlett and everyone's talked about that in the past. Unfortunately, you know, the county has always been in a position where we got to always watch every penny that we
Oh,
have because,
certainly.
you know, what we inherited years ago. And I'm up here thinking about different ways to do that. We can do it on population by the last census, and then we can actually add to every new address that we put on 2.5 people
Right.
to try to give us an annual population base. We could do it on the population or our student body, right? So, you know, I hear a lot of good things about you.
Thank you.
You know, the job you're doing. I'd like for you to come back and let Eddie know the best way to maybe create that funding to where it's. I mean, it seems weird over the years that we base our recreation activity on a hotel motel tax and not by population of some sort. I think the library does it by budget. Right? They get a percentage of the budget.
Well, theirs was actually created through a special act of the general legislation. So
Right.
we were required by law to fund them.
Right. So it's just something that maybe we can do because we're buying property. We're trying to, you know, there's a couple parks getting ready to go in.
Right.
And it's nice to have that, right, to be able to make those investments. We have the quality of life funds that we've been putting the money in, and people's giving to us through payment in lieu of taxes. So we're getting to the point where we should be able to make an adjustment. I think personally.
Sure.
But we need to work together and figure out what's the best way.
Yeah.
What's the fair way?
Yeah, and there's a couple of different models out there I've experienced in my career. And I can certainly bring those different models and what that means in this county. So,
Spreadsheet works best for us. We
I can
like
do that.
numbers better than we like to read.
Yep.
At least I do.
I like pictures myself.
Exactly. Yeah. I can read blueprints pretty quick.
Yeah.
I can't read a book as fast.
Yeah.
So,
And they're gonna have a lot of challenges going forward strictly because the investments that are being made in additional lands. If we get them up and running and then turn those properties over for maintenance to Parks and Rec, you know, especially like the riverfront property, you know, the property of Spring Mills, the inlet, the additional land at Courthouse. I mean, there's
Additional operating costs.
they're strapped right now with time and
Waste
with
management
equipment.
property that they already have.
Yeah,
Allensville. Yeah.
Right.
so they've got a lot of challenges now and going to have more in the future with staffing and equipment.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we're trying to do is you know, we're in the process of hiring an operations manager. Pat left. We want somebody to do operations so that I can focus more on the analysis of how much is it going to cost us to take care of these additional properties that we're anticipating going forward, as well as some of the challenges just with the economy that's going to impact us as well. So
yeah.
you'll hope to share more of that as we move forward together and for you as they.
Yeah, and it's kind of like you said, the upkeep and the maintenance. I mean, we can make our parks and we can make our ball fields look a whole lot better than what they did.
Right.
You know, and I know you all's all for multi-purpose fields.
Yep.
You know, it's like I tell people we can't maintain a baseball field 2 months or 12 months out of the year for 2 months.
Right. Yeah.
Right, but we can, you know, do a multi-purpose field and make it work out really well. And I'm glad that you're checking in how we compare for rates because that's another thing we're always concerned about.
Yeah.
You know,
Right
we got to
now,
make sure that we're, you know, us as the county, we can't just give money out without knowing that, you know,
Right.
everybody's paying their fair share.
Yeah, and that's right now we're reviewing our program fees and reviewing the rental of the barn because we feel both of those
Or low.
are low.
Right.
And again, haven't been adjusted for multiple years.
Okay.
And haven't been reviewed.
You can take one wedding event compared to another location in the
Yes.
county that does the same thing.
Big difference.
Big
I mean,
difference.
they're here and they're.
Yeah.
Everybody's always happy to get married.
Yeah.
It's afterwards, you gotta be careful.
Oh, my. Well, again, thank you for continued support and partnership. This is a vital program. I was at a presentation at Rotary recently and talked about Parks and Recreation and for special asked because so many people either participate in themselves or have kids in the program, and every single person raised their hand. That tells me that we are a vital service and we'll continue to do that.
Yeah. All right.
Any questions that I can?
Any questions?
Mr. President, if I could point out by anyone that may be viewing this via live video streaming, as the council is aware, West Virginia code requires that 50% of hotel motel tax be dedicated to the CBB. And that's the only funding source that we provide the CBB is half the hotel motel tax. Code does allow that the other 50% be used at your discretion for cultural events, anything historical related agencies, recreational agencies, and the council has made a concentrated effort over the years to provide the other 50% solely to Parks and Recreation, although you could have used it for other funding of other agencies like the Roundhouse and things like that. You haven't mentioned that you do provide some general fund contributions over the years, in addition to the hotel motel tax. There has been a general fund contribution not only to the operating expenses but to capital improvements needed at Poorhouse Farm. And even when events occur at Poorhouse above and beyond what was anticipated as part of the budget, a new roof for the Alms House, upgrade to the HVAC and electrical systems at the barn. You have made special allocations for capital projects, and I just don't want that to be forgotten, particularly by anyone.
Yeah,
that
it's
may be
nothing pointed towards you all. It's just to let the people know what the county has done and has been willing to do. And on top of that, with the park that's going in down on the north end, the property we bought on the south end, and the property we're committed to buy out on Poorhouse will be well over $1 million.
Right.
And you've made additional contributions to the strategic plan that's currently being done, and that's been equally shared by the state, the city, and the county. And so the hotel motel tax isn't reflective of the only funding that's provided. I just think that needs to be put on the record.
As well,
The Doughboy, that's another example. Yes, thank you.
Anybody else from the Parks and Rec? Mr. President, you got anything to say, or are you gonna be quiet today? No, wait. If you're gonna talk, you gotta come up front.
You got questions for me?
Come on.
You're gonna have to power his head.
Yeah. You got a towel to put on that head or something? The camera's gonna be behind you.
Yeah, no, we're in a great place. We got a good leader. We made a good hire. And we have a dynamic board now. We're doing good stuff. So, yeah, whatever you all can do to help us get there, Bob's doing the right stuff. He's putting in the right infrastructure. He's looking at our whole organization. He's doing lateral positions that are going to really help. He's putting in infrastructure that's great. We're in a good spot. So we really appreciate everything else.
Well, I'd like to take time out. I know that, you went through a lot of times trying to find Bob and everything else. And I heard that from many, many people, you're putting in, you as a board member, 40, 50, 60 hours a week for many, many weeks.
Yeah, we were. It was a long process.
And your staff.
Yeah.
Going overboard and working more than what, just because they're dedicated. And I'd just like to take time and say thank you to each and every one of y'all for what you did and what you always do.
Yeah, our board in the last year has really changed a lot, and we became a working board. It wasn't an advisory board. I mean, we have on a regular basis our executive committee. We meet with Bob at least once a month. And Bob and I spent an hour and a half together last week. Then our executive committee came together, and we really have a great balance of where we're throwing ideas back and forth. And there's a lot of stuff going on right now. So, yeah, it's really been a good year. We're in a good place. Hopefully getting better.
But the biggest thing on your plate really down the road would be some type of a fixed revenue from the county.
Sure. I mean, that's what, it's hard to plan long-term, and Bob's doing a great job, and the conversations we're having is, Bob's putting in plans of, hey, we don't need HVAC because it broke. He's putting in stuff where it says, hey, we have a 10-year lifespan, and we're gonna give you a doc that says, guys, here's what the life expectancy is, here's what we're gonna need for capital for long-term planning. So he's putting in the stuff that we've been missing for a long time that's gonna help everybody. So, yeah, I think a dedicated revenue source would really help us, but we're also gonna be way more prepared for the other conversations moving forward.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
And the staffing, Mr. President, when the staff comes to the meeting and gives reports, even the challenges that are thrown at them, the attitude of them is they will find a way to make it work. That's just what they do. That's what they do. They find a way to make it work. And, you know, I got a little one playing basketball right now, so I'm all the time at the gym now. So, you know, I see what's going on there, and he's like, sure, you know, got this and got that. And he said, but we're going to do this, this, and that. And I'm like, great, thank you. You know,
Yeah, I mean, the staff's gone way above and beyond. I mean, we were basically on leadership for a long period of time, and we asked a lot of staff, and they did step up, and we really saw what we had. So it's been a good year. I mean, it's been a challenging year. It's been a good year, and we've pushed them to say, hey, our buildings a lot of times have been empty. You know, for the longest time, you go during the day, the big buildings were empty. I was at Randy Smith Center. There's 35 people playing pickleball at 9 o'clock in the morning yesterday. Our silver sneakers. Like, we're changing who comes. We're changing being youth-driven to really having programs for, you know, us. Because that's been lacking for a long time. So
I hear the pickleball is quite an event gatherer for competitive people.
yeah, it's great.
I mean, I heard
His
some.
mother would be one of them, I'm sure.
I'm telling you, I heard about a pickleball tournament where players from around here are gone just to watch these tournaments.
Yes. We have sponsored pickleball players around here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really exciting, and it's fun to watch. I
It
mean,
is.
they were up there, 70-year-old people going after it yesterday. So, yeah, it's really neat.
Watch it, Mr. Davis, watch it.
You're not 70.
Huh?
You're not
Duh,
set.
duh. I'll probably fit the crotch.
He'll have some extra time on his hand next year.
That's right.
He'll have to give him a t-shirt, team t-shirt or something.
Short shorts and a headband.
Yeah, the old
All right.
gym shorts.
That's right.
big.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate
I'll
it.
never play pickleball.
Thank you. Yeah. I got it 1 o'clock.
Mr. President, you did have an estate hearing. I talked to Mr. Lawrenson. There are no participants, so we're not keeping anybody, any representatives of
Okay.
the estate working, but he is watching via
Okay.
video stream, so he would like to deal with that estate hearing yet today.
Penny, you might want to, yeah, because I've got a 1 o'clock here in the office. If that works out for him. All right. I'm moving back, next on our agenda.
Can you bring that at 2? It's only gonna take 5 minutes.
Is Randy Lilly, Director, Homeland Security, Emergency Management, budget presentation for 22-23. Good morning, sir. Got a few people with you today.
Yes,
Some of them pretty, some of them not so pretty.
Candy and Sean to come along with me, help possibly answer any questions we may have. I put together a little Excel spreadsheet with some numbers on it. Sorry I didn't get that submitted to you. I just threw this together yesterday just to,
Thanks, sir.
see what, we've asked for some increases, so, just wanted you to see the numbers. We've asked for increases. I'll move along quick. So, the front page is our, operating budget, and the first line item in our travel, asked for $1,000 increase there. Due to now that Berkeley Fire is a fire department, there will be instances where the fire chief may have to travel to a state fire commission meeting or something like that. So we just want to bump that up to cover that. Past 2 years, we've not touched that due to COVID because travel hasn't happened very much. But anticipating COVID, that relief is coming with the COVID restrictions that we've lifted. Our maintenance, repair, and equipment. I've asked for an additional. He asked for $16,000 there. three big ticket items, which covers the increase, is due to the hazmat ID and the HID meters. If you recall, 3 years ago, we was able to obtain those meters, about 165,000 through grant funding. We support hazmat and law enforcement, but these items, these meters are able to identify opioids. One of them is, and the other one identifies hazardous materials. But at any rate, there is a service. This thing has a library. So the library has to be updated periodically to be up to date with current chemicals and new things that are coming along. When we purchased those pieces of equipment 3 years ago, we opted into a 3-year contract that was part of that purchase. That has since expired this year.
And that was all grant funded.
That was all grant
If
funded.
you remember, that was 100% grant funded. We spent all 100,000,
165,000.
in excess of 100 grand, and it was 100% grant funded.
Yes, so unfortunately the service on this is for both pieces of equipment is about $6,500 to keep these up to date.
And which equipment we were talking about now, Randy?
This ACE ID and the hazmat ID, these two meters that we purchased through grant money. But now we've expired this 3-year service contract that we have, and the current contract is a yearly, it's an annual contract, and it's about $6,500. It's $4,500 for the hazmat ID and $1,500 for the ACE ID.
And you can imagine the changes, particularly in controlled substances. We had, if you remember, we had Marty recently come in and test something from the proposed site for the transfer station. But, you know, as the chemical makeup of a lot of these compounds change, and the sheriff even mentioned during his budget presentation on Tuesday how often he depends on Randy to come in with whatever that meter is, Randy,
The ACE ID.
that actually does the reading through the plastic bag. It doesn't necessarily have to.
It'll read through a translucent container, so a bottle, bag, or something, so it reduces the possible exposure that.
You know, if there's any chance of fentanyl that's in there, of course you don't want to even expect that to come in contact with you. So this actually does read it through the baggie.
Unfortunately, we don't have any exact units. So
To keep them current.
to keep them current. So, but it's very important, because what will happen, and if we don't keep them current in a short period of time, that we will end up with the same pieces of equipment that we had prior. Basically, useless.
Yeah, if you don't keep the libraries up to date on, you might as well use them for a wheel shop.
Yes.
Certifications are
So,
important.
and then the other thing we've included in that budget, something that we haven't done in the past, we want to have an annual service on the boat runner, the Swiftwater Rescue Boat Runner. That's about $1,000 a year is what that would cost us to service that motor. So we just want to send it up, oil change, go over it. I mean, we currently do, and you'll see there in that second group down below, maintenance and repair equipment. I've kind of itemized some of the things that are in there. It costs us $2,000 for annual air compressor testing and calibration. That's the SCBA compressor that's on the hazmat mine. So we are required to do annual air compressor service on that. Our air pack testing, which is on hazmat mine as well, it costs us $600 a year. DOT inspection is about $1,000. I spoke about the boat motor turnout gear repair. So we've got 21 firefighters plus the chief. We've got 22 sets of fire gear that occasionally we have to get repairs done to this turnout gear. So we kind of allocated $2,500 annually for that. We're trying to, and then the hazmat and the ACE ID. And those things right there is about $7,100 of that $8,000 increase that we're asking.
One of the things that Randy and I have discussed, and I've mentioned it briefly to the council, we want to, in next year's budget, once we have budget numbers approved, once we have a lump sum for what we're calling the Division of Emergency Services, we're actually gonna break that out so that salaries and benefits for the 22 career firefighters, and he has it listed as proposed BF. We're gonna break that out into its own cost center. We've got an ID number under the chart of the accounts that's been approved by the state auditor's office. We're gonna carve out Berkeley Fire into its own cost center. So the 22 career firefighters and all the support expenses, the operating expenses that go along with them, will be put in that department. Emergency management, which will be the support staff, as well as Sean and Randy, will be put in the emergency management department. And that way, for purposes of auditing, we can show the different cost centers, but also we get reimbursed, as you know, for some of Randy and Sean's expenses. That way, there's no commingling of funds, and we can better track that. So, although he's presenting one central budget, by the time we implement the budget July 1st, it'll be two separate departments.
And that's why in that spreadsheet, you'll see proposed PM and proposed Berkeley Fire and Emergency Management in the totals.
I want to ask you a question real quick, Randy. I noticed, it's kind of like a general question. I noticed on most of your line items, it's at least doubled or tripled in where you were last year versus this year, and some of it a lot more than that.
Mm-hmm.
Are we catching up, or?
No, on the maintenance repair equipment, it's doubled because that's where we're putting that ACE ID and hazmat ID. That's that's $6,000 right there just for those two things. And the other thing is the boat rental service, which is another $1,000. So that's $7,000 additional that we've never done before. It's not that we're catching up. We just didn't have to pay for that ACE ID and hazmat ID prior,
Okay.
because it was included in the purchase price the first 3 years.
Okay.
I guess the next item, training and education. So that has increased too. We're asking for an increase there as well. And that's due to recently, in the past year, Berkeley Fire was able to obtain their FDID number. So they're recognized by the State Fire Commission as a fire department. With that comes more things set forth to us that we have to do to be in compliant, and one of them is training. So we have to provide, each firefighter has to go through 8 hours of additional training, continuous education every year to be compliant with the State Fire Commission. Also with our hazmat, there is an 8-hour class that to be a hazmat technician, a refresher course that we must take every year to be a certified hazmat technician. Along with EMT. So we have some of our guys that are EMTs, so there is another 48 hours of continuous education that has to be done to keep that recertification done. So we've kind of itemized those things, and
No, you've done a
being
nice
recognized
job.
as a fire department just costs us a little.
Right. All right.
Dues and subscriptions, we've asked for an increase there a little bit, as you can see. We feel it's important to get a subscription to the national, the NFPA, so we can keep up with the codes and that are ever changing with the National Park Service. That's just an additional cost. An increase in supplies and materials. Now, if we break this out into two, like we're proposing emergency management and Berkeley Fire, currently when we purchase supplies and materials for our hazmat response, we bill insurance companies for those materials that we have used. We're not making any money. We're just billing for what it's costing us to go out and respond to these incidents. And that money, and Mr. Davis can correct me if I'm wrong, that money gets put back into our supplies and materials budget.
Right. If you remember last week, we had 2 checks for hazmat spills, one from December and one from January, February, March, January, February, that we put back in our supplies material. So we do reimburse that. And most insurance companies and trucking companies are pretty good. Every once in a while, we have to send legal after them, but
Right.
they do pretty good.
Yeah, I remember those.
They do pretty good.
We can revisit that later. I know we can some discussion on how we do that, and we can revisit that later. But that's.
Have you
so-
found out, have you done an analysis on, are we charging the correct amount, or can we charge more? Can we?
Well, we know we are charging enough to cover our expenses.
Yeah, but I want to know what the market analysis is.
I believe it's higher.
It is.
Huh?
I believe it's higher.
It is higher. And,
Yeah.
and we've had brief conversations about that. We've just not had an in-depth conversation.
And I think that's why the insurance company and trucking companies are quick to pay, because they know they're getting a bargain. Particularly if some of this hazardous material from from a tank on the side of a tractor would go into a water source, then because every once in a while we do have a side tank that ruptures close to a waterway, and they're quick to address that.
Most of our bills are between 2,000 and 11,000. I think it's been our big one this year.
Okay.
But that's what it costs us, materials and expenses to go out there and respond to this. We can revisit that. I think we probably should, but currently that's what it is.
Yeah. All right.
Uniforms. I hate to be repeated, but COVID is astronomically increased prices of everything. Currently, it costs us about $1,500 to outfit the firefighter. We've had 5 new hires this year due to additional staffing, and I think 2 rope turnover. I think we've had. But I've just kind of listed down there what it costs us, as you can see, what it costs us currently for a uniform. And when you buy 3 uniforms for each firefighter, and a Class A uniform, which I don't have on there, is about just under $400 for a Class A uniform.
What about the fire pants and jackets and boots and all
That's-
gloves?
That's not counting.
That's like
turnout.
4,500,
That's just-
isn't it?
That's what the budget price is now, 4,500. We were at about 3,000, but that has increased to $4,500.
And is that the number that was just quoted to the fire board?
Yes.
And you'll see that under the next page under your capital outlay.
Oh, okay. But there has been that increase, and what we do is we get the fire board pricing. We get them from the same vendor.
Right. Okay.
So we are taking advantage of any discounts that we can get.
So the uniforms, this money here plus the $3,500 per each new firefighter.
Yes, that's what it costs us per
Right.
firefighter.
All right.
And, okay, the
Now-
turnout gear I've put in on the capital side. And that's on the next page.
Okay.
So the capital, we have asked for a lot under capital. That's where our big jump is, and we'll talk about one item that we're looking at due to that. On the fire, and I broke it down to fire and emergency management. You can see the 2 categories there again. So on the fire, we've asked for additional 5 pagers. We have 3 employees who currently their fire gear will expire in this budget year. There is a 10-year life on the fire gear. After 10 years, you have to replace it to be compliant. We've asked for 21 sets of additional turnout gear so our firefighters can have a second set of gear. And I'm going to defer to Chief Roberts to speak about that a little bit.
So basically, anytime a fireman now enters a smoke-filled atmosphere, their gear is recommended to be washed and dried. Taken out of service because of the carcinogenic in this. But we all know that's the leading cause of cancer to firefighters today is from entering smoke in the atmospheres, not washing your turnout gear properly, your hoods, getting lymph node cancer in the lymph nodes and so forth from around your hood being more around your neck, not being properly washed. So that's been the big push here in Berkeley County for the gear washers and dryers. They're kind of scattered right now through the fire departments. But the problem is we're having more than one fire a day. And, just last Friday, we came to town to assist the city of Martinsburg in the afternoon with a structure fire on South Kentucky Avenue. This gentleman's gear, they were into a smoky atmosphere. But in the turnaround, 3 o'clock Friday afternoon, Still Meadows Drive, we had a working structure fire in the county. And all of our gear at that point in time had to be stripped and washed. And a lot of the guys that aren't members of the volunteer organizations here in the county do not have a second set of turnout gear. So it can ultimately cause problems. And with us now at Baker Heights moving to the new station, all of our gear cleaning equipment is there and not hooked up. I have asked that they go ahead and get that hooked up so we can get back on that, because now we had one of the guys take Berkeley fire gear clean to Berkeley Springs Fire Department the other day to clean his ship's turnout gear. And so it's very important that these guys, if that happens, because it has to have a time to be able to dry and so forth. So you just can't wash it, put it back together, and put it back on, because then you're putting yourself into that they're going to possibly end up with steam burns from the turnout gear being wet. And nobody wants to wear wet clothes. So the recommendation is each person should have a second set of turnout gear. I had started that program as the volunteer chief back at Baker Heights when I was there. That my active volunteers had a second set of turnout gear to fall back into while their other gear was being washed in their gear. It's I know you see that cost out there, and but it's a cost that we incur now, and it's a 10-year till we have to do it.
So the uniforms that we have now, we have 3 of them expiring.
3 sets of turnout gear that will be expiring in this next upcoming budget cycle.
Right. So right now, we're looking at 29 sets of gear that's going to expire at the same time every 10 years.
Well, we had a conversation about that this morning. Maybe it's better to break it up. Instead of buying 20 sets of gear.
It's kind of like the vehicles we're doing, Randy and Marty. We're able to keep up the vehicles now because we spread them out. We're in year 4, to where now we can budget something like this, and if instead of being, $100,000, it could, maybe we can do, $70,000 or $60,000 a year, $600,000.
Well, that's just like I had a conversation with Randy and I this morning that we are looking at 21 sets of turnout gear straight off, and that's excluding me out of that number. Maybe we take 11, do 11 this budget cycle, following budget cycle, pick the other 10 up, so it offsets them a year. I'm not for sure, but
how the turnout gear that we're talking about, I know that the mask, is sized individually for the person. The turnout gear, it's not. I'm sure it's sized for the person, and it's maybe a extra large, medium, or smaller. It's actually. You're actually. Gentleman comes in and measures you. It's altered
so
to
therefore it fits you properly.
So therefore, when somebody leaves, we lose an employee. That gear has a very small percentage of getting reused.
That's correct.
May or may not fit.
That's correct. I'm gonna be straightforward. That is correct.
Well, the thing, I think what Doug's getting to is Berkeley Fire grows. The budget can't sustain this
he's kind of asked. So I think it would be incumbent upon you to put some kind of capital replacement plan in place.
And just, and another thing is, this is covered in the fire grant, okay? In talking to the state fire commission or state fire marshal, and I won't spend a whole lot of time on this, we just got the ESO reporting program for Berkeley Fire. So it was said that we needed to go back to when we were issued our FDID number and come forward, and we're like, oh my, how are we going to get these reports from all the volunteer departments because they were the ones that were doing them. So in a conversation last Friday with the state fire marshal himself, he stated to me, start January and come forward now that the county has purchased the ESO program. Because I told him I didn't know how we were going to be able to retrieve all that data from all the different agencies. And so therefore that puts us out to, so we're 2022, that'll put us out to 2025 before we will be eligible to apply for that grant. So this is the things that kind of are putting us behind the 8 ball somewhat, that we're having to come and ask for to this body because we're unable to write grants at this point in time to be able to get them, in which our data will be so much better. Our call numbers will show so much better for when we're sitting there writing $500,000 grant or whatever we are going for.
The AFG grant requires 3 years of
history.
3 years of data.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. The 3 items that I have on there, I had put in prior when we did the budget, but honestly, the Drager tubes, the hand pump, the 2025 checks, that's about $1,800 to $75. We can take those out. Those honestly should be expense items after I thought about them. The 22 biochecks and the Drager tubes is something that expires every 2 years. It's tools that are used on the hazmat truck for identifying certain hazardous materials. Honestly, those we can probably take care of that this year.
Talk about the tubes.
Yes. Yeah, the Drager tubes, the hand pump, and the biocheck. Those next 3 items. So that's about $1,875. We can just take out of that. Hazmat 90 has a human interface touchscreen basically in it that runs the air compressor, the generator, and some other things. It is bad. It's going to cost us about $2,500 to repair it. So that's what that line item there is at $2,500. It's an operational touchscreen. It's just a touchscreen. It's unfortunately, a lot of vehicles have these touchscreens that are very expensive to repair. This one has went bad. The light has went bad. It's going to cost us $2,500 to repair it. Down below in the emergency management area, asking for a commodity flow study for $7,000. We looked at a weather station where we can have it locally, have an app on the phone or whatever to look at it. The command board is in event of a major incident. We have a command board that we can set up, and all agencies can be tracked where they're at, what they're doing, and their Councilman Gokenauer is very familiar with the command board is carried on the trucks, but this is a large-scale command board. It's basically a table that pops up. Sean can answer any questions about that type of command board. So in the event we have something large in the EOC, you can pop that command board up and we can track everything that's moving, where people are at, and how they're moving around. We have $21,000 for a drone, and then a 911 simulator trainer. What that is working with 911, with this Mercy Communications. When we go and do our House on Wheels and public education and things like that, there is a trainer that basically it's a phone that is a 911 trainer. When you pick it up, a 911 dispatcher is there and it runs you through basically training on what to do when you call 911. It's more geared toward children with our house on wheels that we do. They're really nice, they're kind of pricey. However, everything under that emergency management, we talked to April yesterday, our grant writer, and we are looking at grants for these things. So we're going that angle first, and we're trying to get grant money to get these things, because there are some grants out there that are available. They've done an astronomical job of finding money out there that's available. We just have to get through the process of applying and just.
Is there not grants out there for the turnout gear?
Well, the AFG grant, but we're not eligible for that one yet, and we're exploring that.
Right. I mean, because we're not the only place in the nation that's experiencing having to do paid staff.
Correct.
And in order to do that, actually comes a cost, as you said here today. You think that you got the firefighter grants out there, you'd think, and I know they've probably included the turnout gear, but, you know.
The AFG kind of leans forward, and I understand it, toward the volunteer fire service. We know that we are the only ones in the state doing what we do in the fire
Right.
service. So it's very difficult sometimes trying to get some of the grants from them. Fighting for it. Now we fight for it.
Okay.
Unfortunately, if we had a funding mechanism for what we do, then unfortunately we don't have that. So I feel understand.
But it's like the turnout gear. I would like to think that that could be split into a couple of years, because there are some guys that are active in a volunteer station. And I know in the past, we've allowed Berkeley fire gear to be used by a volunteer who is one of our staff. If his gear on his day off got dirty, we had no problem with them using that gear to go help the public. But the other thing is, it's proven that the health and safety of trying to improve that of firefighters, it's critical of their turnout gear. So, I'm not so sure that I wasn't a victim of that myself over a period of time.
Right.
But
It was always a badge of honor. It had the most
well, the culture had to change.
Right.
The education.
The most dirtiest gear you could have, that meant you were a worker.
But that culture had to change, and it is changing. But with that, it's proven about the diesel exhaust problem that causes within somebody's body, and then let alone the smoke and the hazardous materials that these guys get into. So I think it's critical that we find a way, along with them, working to try and find some grants. And you talk about the grants, they don't have enough data yet to be able to.
No, I understand that.
But I think that I would hope that they would be willing to separate that and break it down a little bit, so it's a little bit easier to swallow.
I agree. Moving forward, we have to budget for so much each year. We have to split it up, because I agree. We can't budget that much every 10 years.
Yeah, it's one thing
Spread it
to
out
swallow
over-
it once, but it's to swallow it,
Right. If we
every
could-
10 years. It could be.
Right. So
It's easier, you got 42 sets of turnout gear right now, so over 10 years, you budgeted five per
a
year.
Yeah.
So.
And those costs are only going to increase.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I mean, turnout gear, that was 3 or 4 years ago, it was 3,000, now it's 3,500. And the
Right.
next cycle, it'll be 4,000, 4,500.
Right.
Well, there's two separate, the athletics, I'm gonna say it's like 42 to 45. It was a good $1,000 more than the gear that we are currently wearing now.
And that's supposed to be lighter.
Yes.
Easier to work with, but
Right.
we've not.
Our gear, the gear that we currently have at $3,500 is very well supplied.
All right. One quick question, because I'm supposed to be in another meeting at 1 o'clock. Attack 90, how's it going? Engine 90, I'm sorry. All right. Alright. A girl's been on deathbed for a long time, but it keeps on going, don't it?
Well, it doesn't get ran much.
Right? It's a backup, right?
It's a way back up.
Well, Hunter and I had a conversation about that, and I'm gonna have somebody go over it, to let us know
Where it is.
time frame of where we're at. Whether we need to go ahead and replace, sell it and replace it, and maybe buy something a little more newer.
And I did make that contact too on that.
What's that?
I did make a contact on one that was a little newer. So we're supposed to get back to me.
Any questions?
No, I'm good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Yes, sir. You guys have a great day.
All right, thanks.
Excuse me, Randy, I've not met,
Candy?
Yeah.
Yeah, Candy is our administrative assistant, emergency management coordinator. She's taking on some duties other than just our administrative assistant. She's helping out in the EOC a lot. Her and Sean actually have spearheaded the operation of EOC with identification and things. So, and also Candy is our operational person there for all our technical equipment. So our TVs and the tools that Gary Lyons has graciously, and the council has graciously provided us with there. She's our expert. So if we need this, we say we need this here, and she's very versed and can go out there and make it happen.
Okay.
Candy is a retired school teacher, very versed with computers and things like that.
Yeah,
So
I did.
working with some training programs that we're going to offer out to the public and the emergency services as well. So she's very versed in that and putting those things together. So she's been a great addition and been a great help to us.
Good.
nice to meet you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah, Candy, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, have a great day.
All right. Ma'am, if you had, I'll take items from the public. If you had something to say quickly, we'll.
Hey, Randy, a lot of this technical equipment, I just got a text from Gary. He said this hasn't been discussed with him. He has some alternatives that he would like to talk to you about. A lot of this stuff,
Okay,
so.
okay. I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
I
any
apologize.
electronics and technology like that should really be discussed with him.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Do you have anything else to say today?
Well, I wasn't planning on it, but I would just like to thank you all again. I'd like to say I was very impressed with the meeting and functioning of your board. I know you have a very busy agenda today.
We're back in it.
Our county administrator and our facilitator. You gentlemen, I would love to get to know you better and hear more of your thoughts and opinions, but I'm sure you're trying to help keep me moving along. Very impressed.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
The opportunity to meet some of the other things.
All right, let's recess till 2:00. Let's get fired up here. All right, we're back in session. Can you turn up the mics a little bit? I could just barely hear Bob. All right, so the assessor has nobody here today, right? We're good. You just like watching us, right?
Well, you got the load, so.
All right, so now we're right on time, Robbie.
You don't have any changes to the book, sir?
No, not there.
All right. So next on our agenda is Robbie Blair, Executive Director of Main Street, Martinsburg, 22-23 budget presentation. Robbie, we just want to start out by saying what a wonderful job you've done in such a little bit of time. I'm hearing a lot of good things, and just want to say that just before we get started. So thank you.
Well, I appreciate it, and I appreciate all of you, and thank you for listening, considering, and everything else that you all do in the county. Certainly, it makes jobs that work in tourism and public quality of life events that we're doing a lot easier when we're growing and we're seeing a lot of new people coming into the area. So I appreciate and just want to start by thanking you all for the work that you've done to set the foundation for a business-friendly community and growing community. With that, you all saw what we have requested. We're looking at this year and looking at the little bit of time that I've been in here, and we've kind of found a nice model. We found a community-oriented event structure that is free for the public, that is, it creates a lot of revenue for the businesses downtown, and it's something that brings new faces to downtown because there's an increased police presence. There is a lot of measures in place that make it really safe and make people feel maybe a little bit more comfortable when they haven't been in the past. And with that in mind, we have grown our budget for 2023 by an estimated of almost 90%.
See that.
Which we're going to use that to hopefully bring on another person here soon. My bandwidth is that I like to take every opportunity I can to let people know how awesome and incredible it is what Randy Lewis did for so long, because man, he did a lot, and I'm learning that very quickly. So these events have enabled us to grow our capacity, and it's important to note that we want to make sure that Main Street doesn't just function as an event organization, but rather these events are what help us do the other things that we want to do. They help us fund the day-to-day stuff. So with the increased capacity from the events, we plan on hopefully moving into our own space to have our own presence, to be downtown, bring another person on. And I tell you, we increased our budget, and it wasn't long after that we found things that we can use it on and really could use the money towards. So with that in mind, though, we did ask.
But you're able to increase your budget. You're able to increase your staff because your revenues are increasing by 90%.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir. And that's just with what I am able to facilitate on my own right now. We believe that as we bring on another person, that'll only enable us even more to go after some grants that right now we just don't have the capacity to work towards growing. Right now, 10 out of the 12 months we have something happening downtown, an event that we're putting on. But we'd like it to be even more than that. You look at some of the other Main Street organizations, and they have more staff, especially, and I know this is a problem that a lot of departments and a lot of places in the Eastern Panhandle have. We're just trying to keep up with the growth here, and we are very unique from the rest of the state. So sometimes I like to draw from what some of the communities in Virginia and Maryland are doing, because we're a lot more similar to the Main Street communities in Virginia and Maryland than we are to a lot of the communities in West Virginia.
When you say Main Street,
Yes, sir.
what do you limit that to?
So we are affiliated with and accredited through a national Main Street organization. And that gives us kind of parameters on the approach in which we go about revitalizing our downtowns.
But it wouldn't extend, say, past the subway, or does it extend all the way up North Queen Street?
Ours in particular?
Yeah.
Main Street, Martinsburg's district, as our bylaws currently state, are on the east where the railroad, like the property, they're by the railroad on the east on Water Street. The railroad's on the west by, it's now Tuskegee.
Porter Avenue.
That's right. And then where they combine in the north, or where they overlap, and then south to South Street is where our Main Street district. So I always like to say king, queen, and everything in between. And that is again one of the things that these events, but more so what we're trying to do from a programmatic standpoint. Growing some of those side streets, I think, is going to be paramount, especially with the Monument project out on Winchester Avenue, and then hopefully some of this redevelopment of the Creekside district. We're stretching in a really healthy way our downtown district. So focusing a little bit more on Martin, Burke, King, and then all the other side streets outside of that traditional L of King and Queen, I think is going to be really important as we continue to grow as an organization, as a downtown, and as a community. I think you saw in our proposal a couple of the things that I think will be really important for us as we grow as an organization and as a community would be to focus on a more coordinated communications effort to, I would say, is probably tens of thousands of people in the county who either work outside of the area, from elsewhere, they've moved here for the quality of life, but a lot of people are treating it as a bedroom community. And I believe that our downtown, and I think a lot of other folks would agree, is that centralized location for a lot of the quality of life events, as well as the shopping and the dining. You're seeing, I mean, I just had a meeting yesterday with 2 new restaurants that will hopefully be opened up this year downtown. So
I hope they're sit-down, full-service restaurants.
the one is a juice bar, so a little new age, and then the other one is an oyster raw bar, lobster rolls. Really no kitchen; it's all on ice. So it's pretty cool. I'm really excited about it. I talked to Eddie about it a while back in different locations and stuff, but.
A lot of punch places have rum in it.
What's that?
A lot of punch places have, juice places have rum in there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, you know how it is with the liquor license. But I think that there is a lot to say about, the outside area, maybe not even knowing what our downtown has to offer. We actually support retail and restaurants a lot better than some of the surrounding downtowns do currently. And we're seeing more of that growth currently. So that's one of the ways that we would like to use this funding. And another way that I think is probably the most significant thing that I'll do here at Main Street is I'd like to implement, I think I spoke when I first introduced myself to you all, about a junior Main Street program. And that would be in coordination with the Berkeley County Schools. I've had early talks with Blue Ridge and James Rumsey about creating some sort of a program in, hopefully through some grant funding, an actual space for an entrepreneurship program for, they have a lot of students that go to Blue Ridge and they have aspirations to open a business, to start, an entrepreneurship career, but their programs right now kind of take them in a different direction. It takes them more of an MBA path to work for a Fortune 500 company. So I think the big thing that faces West Virginia and also our area, is an area that's growing, is the brain drain of losing a lot of talented young minds to go to other places. And with some of this, we would like to create a program that all of the high schools can have, to where they're on a track through James Rumsey, and obviously now Blue Ridge. You're able to get your degree covered by the state, as long as you keep a GPA and test clean for drugs. So
That leaves me out. Not the drug screen, the test
The
scores. I can do, I just can't do the point GPA.
That's why we quit at 12, right?
yeah, right. So I think that there's an opportunity for us to really grow and help those young minds stay here locally, and hopefully give them a place that we can assist them in financial costs up front with opening a business. It's not easy, especially in today's climate with how much everything costs nowadays. So those are a few of the areas that we really feel that this money would aid us, as well as I was just speaking with Charleston's Main Street director. They're doing they crowdfunded over $500,000 to put in some new lighting in one of their districts. And
Well, they got a neat little river walk, so they've got
They do.
a little bit, they're a little bit more adaptable
We have a
to,
creek walk.
Yeah,
Well, it's coming.
We're getting there.
we're getting there, that's right.
the thing that makes us unique from Charleston is the only one that I think maybe Wheeling and Morgantown as well. But some of those other communities, there's not much else to go to. And the thing that my counterpart over in Charlestown and myself have to deal with, we're competing with Loudoun County, we're competing with Frederick, Maryland, and DC.
Yeah, Frederick, Maryland's tough.
Right.
Tough. Well, as Martinsburg continues to grow, and I'm thinking of the old National Fruit Property.
Yes, sir.
If that ever gets developed, that's outside of your Main Street corridor. So I guess you would maybe endeavor to expand your Main Street corridor to include that property on the other side of the railroad track.
Potentially, and it is interesting. I'm no lawyer, but the verbiage right now is the property there on the railroad tracks. So, it kind
What
of
side of it?
exactly anything along the railroad tracks, I think, fits the bill. And the thing that I think is important.
What I was wondering, if you cross the railroad tracks, even though you're up against the railroad tracks,
Right.
why couldn't you expand it even further up Queen Street and maybe even get outside the city boundaries, to include Hosses, the area around Hosses, and, that kind of stuff.
I think that there would be some
Kickback.
That's in a.
some limitations there with us being focused on the revitalization of a historic community. I think as long as it meets the parameters of being, historic, and we're actually rewriting our bylaws currently. I would like to include the Boydville district in our Main Street area as well in that rewrite, but I don't think there's anything that would stop us if it fit the bill of what we're doing. And I think what's really important to remember is even if our district is small or confined to a certain area, our downtown benefits the greater community. We're unique from a lot of cities, where the city of Martinsburg is, because the growth here has been the suburbs surrounding, and it dwarfs the city's population. It's not even comparable. And I know that's not entirely unique, but in most cases with cities, it's much more densely populated and the counties are sprawling. So I view, and I grew up in the county myself, so I view our downtown as a centralized place, and especially with these projects we're talking about, the creek and more residents coming in. It is the centralized place for all of those things. So
Well, you got the creek area, you got the Apollo, which the city's helped them out. You got the Roundhouse, you got the Frog Hollow bike and walking trail that's going to tie into Route 9.
Yep.
We have all that stuff going for downtown. The improvements on Martin Street, so it seems like I would have thought that if I was going to invest money in downtown, I would have started around Queen and King.
Right.
It seems like a lot of focus is getting down on Queen and Martin, which is pretty neat because it's more in the central location. So, got a question for you. The two funding mechanisms you have, other than generating your own income, is the city of Martinsburg and Berkeley County Council. CBB doesn't give you any money?
the CBB gives us money on a grant basis. Anything we apply for and are awarded, but there's no annual funding from the CBB. There has been talks not with our local CVB, but
For the state.
I think pre-COVID, some of the other directors had discussed, we're currently under historic preservation is what we're filed under. Talk of moving Main Street into more of a tourism designation so that we can get some of those dollars, because we are a tourism driver as well. It's not just,
So you say you're getting ready to move into new space that's gonna be yours.
this year we've budgeted to lease a space.
Okay.
It would be our goal to ultimately, there's every Main Street does things differently. In some communities where there's less vacancies, we have or more vacancies, I should say. They go in and they revitalize a project building. They'll buy a building for cheap and then sell it to a new, investor or business and move on to the next one. So
Right.
that's something that other folks have done. I don't think it would be wise for us at this juncture to own our own historic building. I wouldn't want to be in a money pit.
I was just saying, the reason I'm saying, because there's plans that's being drawn up now to bring all the county agencies together, including the courthouse, the county clerk. So one day, we own 3 different properties there, 100, 110, 126, and we're getting ready to do all the work on tearing down 126 here before long. And one day we're going to, our visions, I think, would be to see the courthouse become a home, possibly for, like you guys and CVB and stuff like that, somewhere in a really historical site.
That'd be
Because
spectacular.
we would never get rid of the courthouse. Now we're thinking about doing other things at 110 that may trickle over to the courthouse as well. But just something that probably be 5 years at least, because once that transition, once this gets done here in the Dunn building, then, clerk's got to move out. Courthouse has to get heating and cooling systems put in and stuff like that.
Sure.
So it takes time to do all that construction work, but that's
Sure.
5 years down the road, maybe.
Well, that's good to keep in mind on our end. Have you ever been to the formerly Newbury Center, but now the Hub Suites? We're the last office all the way in the back, so I joke that I'm the most inaccessible person in the city of Martinsburg. But we've been there for a long time, and they do treat us well. But I think having more of a presence that's visible to people is top priority for us to help recruit. I can't tell you, since we've had these events, I've had at least 3 discussions with businesses in either Hagerstown or Maryland looking to put a second location in our downtown because they see where we're going and they see how we're growing. Not necessarily move their operations, but as they grow into our community as well. And it is nice to have a place to entertain people.
I think, personally, I think that your Main Street Martinsburg fits in to the CVB. And I don't know if there are bylaws or anything like that, but I mean, in order for you to be successful, I hate to think that every time you have something coming up, you got to prepare a grant and ask for money. I like to see the point where CVB says, okay, we'll give you $25,000
Sure.
for annual contribution for you to bring the business in, right? I
Yeah.
mean, make it simple for somebody to be successful. If the person fails at being successful, then make it harder, right?
Right.
The other thing that I have, and I'm sure somebody else will have some other comments, but the one thing that we always have said, one day if the legislators ever overhaul the whole tax system in West Virginia, and income tax, personal property tax, and hopefully, local sales tax. These events that you have downtown is something that you're asking for the county to be part of, but I want to make sure that the city understands that we're willing to do that. But at the same time, hopefully they'd be willing to allow us to do the 1 cent sales tax in the city of Martinsburg as well. Only because it becomes naturally, if you're successful, it's going to spread out a little bit. The event's going to stay in Martinsburg, downtown Martinsburg on Main Street, but hotel, motel, traffic, everything will trickle out in the county that affects our public service, but yet we don't have any local funding to help you on even a contribution of $50,000.
Right.
You know what I mean? So if we work together as a team, all of us, we can make it a better place. And I'll continue to say, Robbie, it's not about it's not about how much we get charged for something, as long as we see value in it.
Yeah.
Right? We got to see value. As long as there's values in it, people's going to come.
Sure.
But the day we charge more than what the value's worth, they'll leave.
Right.
So that's all. If we help you out, we need help too.
Sure.
All right.
Sure.
Anybody else?
I say, you've obviously proven you've been able to get, a draw downtown, and it has to be the folks that's thinking about a business to come downtown to enjoy your event, looking around thinking, look at that building right there, we could do that with this. So it has to spur some interest in filling up some of those storefronts, I would think.
Absolutely. And to that point, I can't remember when I introduced myself if it was pre-Christmas or post-Christmas. But these events, they're great for bringing people downtown and inspiring things like that. But they're also, they are economic drivers for some of these small businesses. October, when we had that food truck fest, that was just a day that, everybody budgets for Shop Small Saturday. Everybody budgets for a nice boost in Christmas. But as we add more of these, that October one was something that was totally unexpected, and several of the businesses had their best day on record, not for the year, but on record that day, because there was over 5,000 people downtown at once looking to spend money, looking to have a good time. And then this one business in particular, he broke his record at Shop Small Saturday, and he broke it by 60% ever since being open for our Christmas event. He broke his sales record for a day. So you're absolutely right. These events and continuing to use them as not only a money generator for us, but the amount of money in sales tax, and then the amount of money that these businesses have, it makes for a vibrant community. And as we have, 600 units going in at the monument?
300 something.
300? Only doubled it.
Plus.
Okay. Quality of life for these folks. It adds something to do, and it stops people from going to these other communities and spending their money. It keeps them here, and hopefully creates recurring habits of shopping downtown.
There's going to be some retail in there too, isn't there?
Just
one
one
restaurant.
restaurant.
One restaurant, okay.
More of a brewery or something they were hoping.
Okay.
Anything else? Well, I lied. I got something else. Not meaning to lie. One of the things that we've done very, very well in this county council is when we believe in somebody, we believe in an organization, and they tell us we need some extra money, right? We need some extra money, we can get there. We need some extra money, we can get here. Just one more year, right? And we've done that with Development Authority, and you see where they are today, right? They're
Flush.
well, they're self-sustainable the rest of their time, right? And then then it became the Airport Authority. The Airport Authority 5 years ago was working a $300,000 budget. Now they're at 2.5 million, right? But we believed,
Right.
in the Development Authority. We believed in the Airport Authority, right? And their employees and directors and all. So it sounds like to me, Robbie, you're in that same position. You may not need money from us at a request of $50,000 for the rest of your time here, but you may need $50,000 from us this year, maybe a year or two down the road, and you're probably going to be self-sustainable. Is that?
I would say that the goal of Main Streets, not just here but across the country, is to get to a point where we pay our day-to-day bills, we pay the cost of our events, and the collaboration and partnership with public entities like yourself and like the city is on a need-to-need basis, like you're saying, coming to you and saying, hey, we want to do this project, we want to give this aid to our businesses, or we want to open up this sort of a center. More of a collaboration rather than an annual, we need this to stay alive. And that's definitely the goal of Main Street.
Have you ever thought about a downtown car show, or?
We have one for Father's Day.
Okay.
And this year I'm excited. We're combining what would normally be our Father's Day cruise-in we're actually collaborating with the 250th Steering Committee, which let me go on the record and say that Matt Umstead's doing a great job, and that whole steering committee really doing something really special. Hopefully we'll get a new updated seal back there. But we're combining our car show. We're really excited. We booked Christian Lopez, a local artist who's done really well. He'll be performing that day, and we've moved it to Saturday. Going to have the food truck vendors come in, and we're going to move it. Most of our stuff is over on Burke Street or on King Street by the square. We're moving it to the Martin Street area to show off that beautiful new streetscape and
Parking lot.
exactly have all the food trucks in the parking lot, and you can see the roundhouse and everything happening down there. So kind of a strategic move for this one to, again, just open people's eyes to what's happening, what's moving forward, and yeah, that's one right in the near future.
All right.
Car show and fire truck show.
There you go.
Actually, somebody did bring up, there was a really cool concept, and I'm going to see if we can pull it off for this event. You know, the car shows, car guys are like, don't touch, look, don't touch, you know, stay back or whatever. But then on the other end, this person said in Charlotte, they had a touch area for kids, so they could climb up in a fire truck and, you know, go over to a construction bulldozer or something. So it was kind of the opposite of the, you know, my perfect pristine antique car, and then here's the real tactile area. And is that a good idea?
Imagine getting Mini X down there with the clam on it, or come and pick up a car and toss it around or something.
Pick kids up.
Pick the kids up.
Hey, if you got it in the budget, let's do it.
I got the machinery.
Well, I can guarantee you that there's equipment dealers around that would let you use one to do stuff like that.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. So, all right. Well, thank you, and we take it all under consideration. And the one thing is, it seems like you're doing a great job, and anybody will always tell you that, you know, you want to invest in where you think you got your biggest bang for your buck. So we'll see what we can do.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie.
All right, Will, I skipped over you 3 times today.
Third time the charm.
Yeah, sorry. All right, let's do Will Lawrence, and he has a quick fiduciary hearing. Will's our fiduciary supervisor, a state hearing for the estate of Henry Edward Schrock.
That's correct, Counsel. Normally, a situation such as this wouldn't actually require counsel's intervention. However, the situation is such that I think it merits a little more caution. The estate of Henry Edward Shryock is a situation where in March of 2021, the decedent passed away, and 1 month later, his widow, Robin Getzendanner, opened the estate. She was sole heir to the estate and served as administrator. There was no will. Listed among the appraised probate assets submitted by Ms. Getzendanner was probate real estate, corporate stock, bank account proceeds, and many, many more. Since filing the appraisement in July of 2021, Ms. Getzendanner tragically passed away, and those assets are kind of sitting there. Now, the original decedent, Mr. Shryock, his sister, Vicki Hollis, has come forward to offer to kind of handle his last business and affairs. Now, typically how this works is a person would apply to be the administrator of the former executor's estate. Because if you're the former, the executor of the executor's estate, you can sign that person's name on legal documents. Happens all the time. Selling real estate, you can sign legal documents for, you know, adoption papers, stuff like that. And you're able to do all of those things. Ms. Hollis, however, has indicated to my office she is not interested in opening the estate for Ms. Getzendanner. Instead, kind of wants that to be an intra-family thing on her end. She just wants to ensure that her brother's assets are taken care of and basically holding them in escrow until one of Ms. Getzendanner's family comes forward and wishes to administer her estate. So with that, Ms. Hollis has already been bonded through Travelers Casualty and Insurance. So really all that's left to do is for this council to approve the removal of Ms. Getzendanner's estate as administrator for the estate of Henry E. Shryock and appoint Ms. Hollis in her stead.
For Mr. Schrock.
That's correct, council.
Well, what happens to the estate of his ex-wife?
It remains unopened. So I actually don't. You bring up a good point. I don't know if Miss. I'm sorry, I need to say Getzendanner. Miss Getzendanner's. I'm not sure if she's a a Berkeley County resident, so I might not have jurisdiction over that estate.
He died intestate.
That is correct.
So conceivably, his estate went to his wife.
That's right.
I don't understand how then his wife's estate, which is now his estate, goes to his sister.
Oh, she's not an heir at all. She is literally, she's trying to sign on to her brother's estate to basically, like I say, hold those proceeds that he had, those significant proceeds, in escrow until somebody from the wife's estate or somebody from the wife's family wants to qualify for her estate. Meaning the estate, think of estates as individual people. Well, let's think of it in my own terms. So let's say I open my grandfather's estate. In the dealing with that business, I pass away. My sister could open my estate, and because I was going to get all of my grandfather's stuff, technically she could sign on to my grandfather's estate. Does that make sense? It's kind of a meta estate, if you will.
Okay.
All right, who wants to make this motion?
I move to what he said.
Fair enough.
If you can clean it up for Penny, I'll make the motion to approve Mr. Schrock.
Yes.
Niece, sister to be as executrix of his estate.
Works for me.
A second.
You've done that quite well, Mr. Whitaker.
And the names changed.
Mr. Governor took the easy way out. He said second.
Yeah, I couldn't have pronounced it.
The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Yeah. That's right. All right, we have a motion. We have a recommendation. We have a motion. We have a second. Any discussion on any of this stuff?
I'm off.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you, counsel.
Sign away, Doug.
Yeah.
But it would seem to me that, well, I guess if his widow would be next in line if he died intestate, it's not the blood.
No, so yeah, since she post-deceased, the rights to Mr. Schrock's estate are still hers.
Yes.
It's her direct family line's responsibility now to open her estate.
Okay. Anybody around for that?
I do not know. From our last contact with the administrator before she passed away, she was a West Virginia resident, so her family is welcome to open it. It's been more than 30 days, so they can. Anyone can. It can lay dormant up to 12 months. After that, there's statutory period where my office can recommend this council appoint the sheriff's department. Thank you all.
I think somebody may have talked to me about this yesterday on the street.
Yeah.
It's
unfortunate when it happens, when folks don't have anyone that's willing to come to my office and qualify, but it does happen. And I know you guys are busy. I'm sorry for taking up more of your time.
Can Lisa come in and open my estate while I'm still alive?
I've gotten phone calls that have asked, he's not doing great, so why don't we just go ahead and get stuff started? They go, yeah, we gotta.
That's what you called warn me.
I'll give you a call.
I appreciate it.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right. Next on our agenda, we have the H.D. Boyd, Chairman of the Berkeley County Roundhouse Authority, budget presentation for 22-23. Boy, there's a lot of mistakes on my read ahead today.
How y'all doing today?
Doing good, H.D.
All right. Well, I'm back again. We're making big strides. We've been getting a lot done, but we're still in need of help with the insurance. I'm hoping by next year sometime we'll hopefully get the business rolling in there. We finally got the final grant money to finish the bridge and machine shop, to get the elevator, the steps, the concrete, and all that in. We're applying for another grant here for the end of March for the doors for that, to get the ADA compliant fire doors on that building. And at that point, we should be getting ready to run the business plan to get a marketplace in there. We have a lot of big events coming up significantly. We have the Home Builders Association doing their home show this year at the Roundhouse. That's coming up in March, end of March 24th, 25th, somewhere in that ballpark, I believe. That's probably be one of our biggest events to date. We're hoping to continue that into the future.
What was that one again, H.D.? I'm sorry, I was reading.
The Home Builders.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be a sizable event.
It is, yes.
I guess that would be inside and outside.
That's what we're hoping. Yeah. They've been coming in and out, doing floor plans and all that to use the. Originally, they weren't going to use the bridge shop at all because we didn't know when construction would get underway for the concrete floors and whatnot. But we had a number of meetings this week with the Department of Highways and the Historic Preservation and different people, and we're at a point where there will be a new contract coming to you guys for that grant. And how we're going to administer it, but it'll be at least 3 to 4 more weeks before that comes. And so we're looking at construction not starting until probably at least May, something like that, because then we'll have to go out to bid. I believe Mr. Davis is going to help us with the bids to get those out. We're going to administer the grant ourselves to save money. Mr. Doulier and Mr. Wolford have agreed to help be the general contractors pro bono on this project to save us at least 20% of our cost on getting that job done. That's huge considering the increase in cost of materials that, obviously, what materials cost these days. 2x4s are like gold, so basically we're hoping to still fall within the range of where we need to be with that money to get that project finished. And so that's where we're at on that. We also have a huge fundraiser coming up for Shepherd College for their football program. They're expecting over 1,000 people at that event. That is April 15th, I believe. It's a Friday. They're getting ready to announce it. They've signed a contract with us already. They have some big donor tables and different things going on. They'll have an arm wrestling thing going on, a tug of war, and then an award ceremony for Shepherd football. So that's a big thing, and hopefully we'll bring in some people. We actually, we're getting ready to start doing some bigger fundraisers as well. So, by next year, we may not have to ask you guys for anything. Hopefully that would be the goal. We're getting ready to start doing how like sometimes the library, different places have the little thermometer with fundraiser money and things like that. We're going to put that out and put some of the projects that we're working on, because we have drawings now for an amphitheater down there and some other things that you guys helped pay for. We did a 3-way with you, the city, and us to get those drawings done. I don't know if you guys had a chance to see those, but they look incredible. And
for the outdoor amphitheater?
What's that?
For the theater?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And, so we're working to raise our own money to get those things done as well. We're going to go around to some of the larger businesses and hopefully with some of these donors and sponsors from Shepherd coming in and people from the home show, we're going to put up pictures and put up like basically, we're trying to raise funds to finish these projects type deal. And hopefully some of the people coming through the door will see the progress we've been making with the bathrooms and with other things that are getting ready to be done, and be willing to step up and make donations towards our thing, or our organization, foundation, and help get these bigger projects done. In the meantime, we're still trying to get that business rolling, and we get that marketplace going in the downstairs there, and open the upstairs as an event hall. I think that's a chance to make some really good money. And in the meantime, we're still, the weddings are just rolling in the door. They've become very popular. You know, once you get a couple, the word of mouth gets out there. They're starting to roll in pretty good. I think just last month we booked 5 for this year and 2023 within a 2-week span. So it's coming along. We have a lot of things down there. You know, a few years ago we didn't have anything down there. You know, and
Sounds like you need to do a bridal show too.
probably wouldn't be a bad idea. And back to what you said earlier, that fire truck show. I know we had been working on trying to get something right before COVID with that down there, and unfortunately with COVID we weren't able to pull that together. But that's something I'd like to look back into again, and try to bring that down there.
Well, again, you get that Frog Hollow bicycle and walking trail going, it's gonna go right through the roundhouse. And
Yeah, and you know, in the bigger cooperation now between the city and the county, there's the Creekside project,
Right.
y'all are all aware of, and that includes those trails that come through that property. So it's all coming together. You know, it's taking time. Everything takes time, but I mean, I think we've been doing pretty good. But I'm asking for the insurance for at least one more year, and you know, and just ask you guys to keep working with us and working as a partnership with the city. Actually, I'm sure y'all are familiar that there's paperwork in there for the city to actually now put on members on our board.
we just voted on that today.
Okay,
Or we gave direction we're gonna vote on, so it's gonna be done.
good. And that's a big step in the right direction. You know, they gave us the money for the HVAC
Right.
system. That's well underway of getting done. We did change that a little bit, that backed up a little. We're going to pay a little bit out of our pocket to save in the long run. The original quote that we were given was for electric heat. And there's gas on the facility, and that's a no-brainer. So we are now getting it's about $1,100 more per unit. There's 12 units. Just switch them to gas, and then I'm waiting on the appraisal for the piping for the gas. So as soon as I get that, I think we're going to try to absorb that cost out of our foundation funds and pay the difference, because it'll pay for itself in 3 years versus the electric. And not only that, we don't even have enough electric in the building at this point to carry that many units as all electric.
Well, it's gonna feel so much warmer. You know, it's how, Dan and I talked about many times about, boy, it'd be great to be able to put radiant heat floor in that floor. You would be warm, your feet won't get cold. In a building that old and that drafty, I guarantee your feet's gonna be cold.
Yeah.
You know, but
I know, and they said we had to redo all the drawings and all these extra things to do that, and it would change the direction of the whole grant, and we may not get our grant money because of it. Unfortunately, that's the wall we ran into. I mean, yeah, you're right, that would be huge, but it's like we got our hands tied, they won't allow it. But
It still says you can't do it, but it'd be better to do it now than later.
oh yeah,
Mhm. But the gas heat is a big savings over electric, so, I mean.
oh yeah, big difference.
But still the concrete's cold.
I know. In the wintertime, it's colder inside. When the cold sets in, it's colder inside than outside.
Yeah, it's 20 degrees warmer, heat.
Yeah.
Than electric. All right, anybody have any questions or things to say to HG other than doing a great job? And it's been a long time coming, and that's been one of our things to try to get that roundhouse up and running.
Yeah.
And,
I think we're real close.
And it's came a long ways in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But all right.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You missing Casa?
All right. We don't have anybody for board and review. Mr. Daves, you got anything you need to go over?
No, sir.
All right, so
Break it down.
Let's see if
I
Mike's
guess we'll.
available to come down.
Huh?
See if Mike's available to come down.
Mike Withrow?
Take this opportunity.
All right,
I'll catch you then.
I'll be right back. How's Jeff doing?
If you were disturbing the council, I'd like to know.
I'm sorry, I got a wrong extension. Thank you. My text message. Okay. Yeah, I took an extension. Thanks. Okay, bye.
Tammy can entertain us. What you been up to, Tammy? Yeah? Did the racetrack ever pick back up?
No, I haven't really talked to anybody. I know they heard something back. Not stop.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, it's not that they really lost any revenue.
Huh?
They didn't really lose a whole lot of revenue.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, if I could trust my read ahead today, I'd be doing all right.
That's my insurance partner. Retired.
She didn't hear that.
Do what?
That's my work. Just retired.
Who?
That's my.
Oh.
From the
Was on the task force 3 years ago.
city?
No.
County. Oh, yeah?
All right.
There's an investigator for
And like,
You've been awful quiet, Jim. tend to be. As a lawyer?
Yeah.
It's an oxymoron.
Well, I'm a little bit different than a lot of people who say they think about going to be a lawyer. A lot of people like to talk, and a lot of people like to be a artist. I don't like to
All right.
But I usually get along with pretty much anybody. So.
They say that about me too.
Yeah.
I've heard
I want to know who they is.
See, that was good.
All right, Tammy.
Hey, we get along, but
Well, we did.
Got a pretty good cackle on that one, didn't we?
Yeah, you know, wait until I get on Highmark's website. I hope you don't need health insurance this week.
it's kind of due.
Sorry for your luck.
You're a great person.
In fact, Social Security just declared you officially deceased. Hopefully you can find a good attorney to help you fix that.
Not one that's real quiet.
Or one that gets along with everybody.
All right, since we're still up and running.
Sit down.
Here, come on up.
All right, next on our agenda is Michael Withrow, Executive Director of West Virginia Extension Office, budget presentation for 22-23.
This is just our impact report off of the van.
I guess I see this again next
Yeah,
week.
he's getting that.
No, you need
Thank you.
tomorrow.
Next week, it's
Thank you, Michael.
18th.
Absolutely.
The 11th, sir.
Oh, it is.
His bike
You're a week ahead.
down tomorrow.
Well, it's-
This will all
it's
seem new to
thing at
him
18th.
tomorrow.
And then I called, I thought.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
You're confusing me now.
Please be there tomorrow. We really need a quorum.
All right.
Yes.
I'll be there tomorrow then.
Well, I thought I sent it to Tracy too.
Blame it on Tracy.
I'll send her a follow-up.
It's always the secretary's fault, trust me.
She's not.
We had a problem getting quorum, so we had to change the date up. So that was why.
I think Pat Murphy's gonna be in Charleston.
Charleston.
On the 11th.
So adapting as we go. The only change to the budget, I don't know if you guys have already looked at it.
We got it right here.
We upped travel and we upped supplies. The reason for that, we were able to secure last year we talked about securing 2 different interns during the summer. We were able to do that. So that naturally bumped up the travel that we had to do and bumped up the supplies we had to do. But as you can see with the impact report, it also bumped up what we were able to accomplish in the county. I would say that this was probably the busiest year, even with COVID, that our office has been. We fully adapted every single event that we would have had in person into some type of in-a-box kind of activity. Usually we serve about 250 campers from Berkeley County. Last year we actually did 237 box experiences. And on top of that, something that we've never done that I don't think Berkeley County's ever kind of delved into, we actually did an activity pass. So all of those 237 kids were able to go to river riders, to the Berkeley County or the Morgan County Historical Society has a building they can go through and tour. Inspired Learning has a brand new shop by 4-H alumni in Berkeley Springs. They could get a STEM kit from that. They could go to Cacapen and do paddle boats. They did JG's Family Fun Center in Berkeley County. They did the new towpath from Berkeley to Jefferson, and they got to do that completely free. And we were able to partner with a lot more people that we've never kind of had that outreach with.
Nothing with the Morgan Academy?
We did. So we had you'll see it tomorrow. But we did a brochure where they could go to 9 different historical sites between the 3 counties. And if they were able to check off, each one had a little stamp at the designation. And if they were able to get all 9 stamps, they actually got a special prize.
Call them passports.
That's what they were. So we did passports it was called Camp Silver Lining, Exploring Your Own Backyard. Because we feel like camp gives them that experience that they can't get at home. And the only way we could really foster that was to be able to offer this program. But we brought in, I think it was right around $7,000 in in-kind donations from the businesses that they went to, and community support was through the roof. So it actually turned out that we were able to do a little bit more incentives with that program because we had a little bit left over at the end. But it was extremely well. We also did a virtual camp on top of that. We held 3 day camps. A little bit of insanity, but we definitely kept the kids engaged. And that was on top of what we do with the Board of Eds. Yes, fair was back in person. The fair sale was the second best that it's ever been in the past 15 years. A lot of new buyers, a lot of wheeling and dealing. I think I sold my soul the week before to get some of them there, but it was worth it. But it was definitely nice to give that opportunity back to the kids and the community. We were able to set up Master Gardener booths, US booths, and 4-H, so all 3 of our divisions were represented this year at the fair. That's something that hasn't been done in the past as well.
So what do you think about Camp Frame this year?
We are, it depends if Morgantown's watching on YouTube or not. I'm going to have camp. I don't know what that capacity will look like, but Mikey will be at Camp Frame for a week, either as a W employee, or I might be asking to be a county employee that week. So just be ready for that part. But we are back planning in camp. We actually we always do camp planning as a group effort, so I'll invite 15 to 20 kids in. We are slated to start that the second week of March. Yes. So we have about 52 camp counselor applications already in. That is about half where we need to be. They started on February 1st, they closed on March 1st. But it's rolling right along.
Do they still have their swimming pool open out there?
Yep.
They still have it.
So every
Cold as
year,
ever.
it's
It was always cold out there.
It was like
every year it's a little bit more and more work to make sure it's up to standards for kids to be able to swim, but we make it happen. So
That
we're
pool's
actually
gotta be 50 years old.
every bit of it. So this year we're tackling.
I think 50 years ago they were talking about closing.
Probably, legitimately yes.
After you just get past Amy, you'll be all right.
Yeah, it's a game of process. So we're actually updating our council circle, which is where we have a fire each night, bonfire, and they can sing, do different skits. But we're updating it. Where it currently sits, we have to walk down Camp Frame Road to get to. So we're actually currently trying to make it a little bit more safer, more ADA compliant. We're putting it back behind the boys' cabin where the old boys' cabins used to stand. So that's about a $60,000 process that we're funding, fundraisers and different things like
How
that.
big's that camp?
27 acres, 17 acres. It's a pretty big group. I want to say 17, but
Y'all keep talking, I'll tell you.
I would say I know it's more than that. We use 17 acres. But, the only reason I know that is we have to plot it for our insurance.
When you plot it for the 4-H group, you can go through West Virginia Corp. I didn't know if you knew that or not.
So the state
It's called a TULIP program, the state, but you can go on West Virginia Corp's website and it will give you a pathway to insure for that weekend or for that week.
That's good to know. We usually have a camp visit, so they come down from Morgantown. They do our full inspection.
Yeah. They can do it either way.
Yes. It's funny because we went through OSHA inspection and we went through the WVU side. It's funny, we get dinged more on WVU side than we do for OSHA. So, or health department for that matter.
Yeah.
So it's always a interesting experience to see what gets dinged by who, but all good things. So there's a lot of good planning going into it. We've already started working with the Berkeley County Youth Fair to get ready for this, because this is their 75th year anniversary.
There's 4 youth fairs left in the United States.
4, yes.
And we're one of them. That's something.
Michael, how often is the camp actually occupied?
So it opens in March, April, and it's usually booked through October.
Oh, good.
So we don't have heat or air. I wish we had air conditioning, but we don't. But it stays relatively busy on the weekends through. There's a lot of weddings, family reunions, of course. But it stays pretty well occupied. During Monday through Friday, it doesn't, but most of the people that come in will rent it from Friday evening to Sunday morning.
So that's a pretty good revenue stream.
It is. We actually just this past year, and I'm speaking for their behalf on this part, we have not addressed any increase since about 2012. So this past year, they formed a committee. So we are addressing the rates that we do. We have been operating at like a $12,000 loss just from not increasing any rates. And the rate, they move fully from electric heat that we do have to propane, updated the kitchen, a lot of different little things over time. They should have added, $50 this year, $100 that year, and now we're adding $200 just to get caught up. But it is usually self-sustaining. They just had a fundraiser this past Saturday. It's probably the largest. We usually bring in $7,500 to $15,000.
That's larger than your barbecue?
Yes. Barbecues actually lose us money. It's actually, it's hard. It's one of those community events where we really enjoy it because people come to camp, but the revenue does not match the work we put in. So it's supported by all the 4-H leaders associations from the 3 counties, but it still takes a lot to
Make it happen.
So we usually make $25,000 to $5,000 on those events, just breaking even. But it's good exposure, and really that's the best part of it. It gives a lot of people a reason to come back to campground each year. So we'll actually have our chicken barbecue on May 21st. So it starts at 1 and it will serve until 5, and that's the same day as our last camp council. Sorry, it all stacks together quick.
Yeah, sounds like it. The property, the 4-H camp itself is 44.98 acres.
Oh, really?
However, there is a dashed line here that I don't understand what it is, but there is an adjoining piece of property to it. That's 448.52 acres. If you say like to donate some of your flush cash you have.
I got some right here.
Hey, we'll take
We
it.
have that discussion tomorrow.
Yeah, no, and we've talked about the adjoining property. I think what the dotted line is, there was a discrepancy about where one of our buildings was placed.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to acquire an additional 1/10 of an acre to one, it's a jagged edge, essentially, one to an adjoining property. And that's
Yeah.
just happened in the past 5
Yeah,
or
I
6
guess, Michael, the dash line goes on, come here. This might have been, this is your, whoops.
Yep, that dash line, that's exactly what it is.
So even the dash line, what's that? Would that been an old property line or something?
Yes, so out this way, it's an old property line. Over here, it's where we had to obtain that extra.
So almost swapped a piece of property, you think?
That's exactly what it is.
Okay, so you got a little bit and gave up a lot then, because the buildings probably.
No, we didn't lose any buildings.
No, that's what I'm saying. It looks like you gave up.
We gave up clear land for buildings.
Exactly. Yeah, it looks like you gave up, that's 44 acres. Looks like you gave up about 10 acres to gain.
Correct.
To gain.
So we had to make it
about
worth
an
it
acre.
because our building was already pre-existing.
Right, exactly. No, I mean.
Name of the game, unfortunately.
No, yeah, it is what it is.
Mike, in all the years I've been here, and I'm surprised, this council, none of the councils have ever asked the $10,000 for contracted services.
So the
Would you
$10,000.
let them know what it's for and where it goes, more importantly?
So where it goes, so that is what resides in Morgantown. And essentially that is what we pay. There's an agent match. So essentially the first agent you receive from Extension is free to the county. And then it kind of goes by percentage down for how much you pay for it. So we actually are very fortunate that we are able to have a free agent county. So the first one I believe is, I'm probably gonna be wrong on this, but I can look it up and give it to Jim for tomorrow. I think the first one is 18,000. The second one is 9,000. Of course, that gets split between what we ask from the county council and commission versus Port from that 10,000, we were able this past year to actually pay for the WVU agricultural extension intern that we got Michaela Harness. Those funds are matched essentially from the Board of Ed, and that's how we're able to contain those three, a third agent as well as the.
And that's the $10,000 check.
Yes.
We get from the board.
Yes.
Do you remember July, August,
It's kind
September?
of odd. I send a check down and say, hey.
Yeah, they'll
This is yours.
send, the Board of Ed will send them a check for $10,000. They send us a check down for $10,000. I run it through state budget revision. It goes into their budget, but then they send it all to Morgantown.
Nice paper trail.
So
And that's really what it is.
Locally, we're paying Morgantown $20,000. Yeah.
To sustain the 30.
You could probably use that $20,000 here.
Well, so if we lose that 20,000, we lose an agent. So that's how that kind of eventually.
I know,
But yes, and we have operated.
no one's, council's never ever, and every year I wait for the council to say, hey.
Yeah, and I
what's
can.
that $10,000 for? Why have you never increased it? But no one's ever
No,
asked.
and we've never needed it to increase, to be honest, and that for that area. We've been very fortunate as far as what the match comes from the Board of Ed. It's just to make sure that we're clean, consistent, with all the funds that we do get through the state and everything. Make sure that we use that paper. That's really what it is.
Yeah.
It's to make sure that we're ensuring that the 10,000 from the Board of Ed when it comes across is still held accountable when it gets to Morgantown.
I guess my point is, if it would be nice if they would just flat out support 3 agents and say, oh, you're growing so fast and there's so much to do.
Yes.
You just keep that $20,000 as part of your operating expenses.
Agreed.
That's kind of the point
Sure,
that
that would be great.
I'm making, because $20,000 to you
It offsets a lot of work that we do.
much
through
more
grants.
impactful than $20,000 to WVU.
Yes.
Not to alienate WVU, but
No, I agree. And it's weird how that system plays in. Because the land grant system, for example, if we would only offer what Morgantown offers each county, you actually would only have an ag agent, which I think is very interesting. Because that's what state code allows. It was originally established. And they've never wanted to change it. And it's also why in our laws through the governing body, the legislature, we actually have to have someone representative of the Grange of Berkeley County. I'll say, when's the last time you've heard of the Grange in Berkeley County?
Haven't.
There was never one officially established.
Grange?
Correct. It's what we call Farm Bureau.
Oh, okay. What you call what?
Farm Bureau.
Okay.
But Berkeley County, to my knowledge, has never had an operating Grange. But if we open that aspect, we have to open up the entire legislature process.
Well, we do have a Farm Bureau.
Oh, yeah, you're
Correct.
still, I'm sure.
And the Farm Bureau president sits on our
Yes.
board.
Okay.
And he's been very active. All of his kids are in the program. Takes
Yeah.
advantage of Master Gardener.
Who is the president of the Farm Bureau now?
Matt Ware.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for all.
It's always good to see y'all.
Not
all that you
coffee.
do.
Always good to talk about what we do.
Coffee and snacks.
Oh, he'll be there.
That's the important part.
Yeah.
So thank you all very much.
Uh-huh.
Keep Susan Davis straight for me.
That's a bigger task than what you get.
Now he wants a budget revision.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. All right. Next on our agenda is Carrie Lefevre, Director of Programs, CASA of Eastern Panhandle, Budget Presentation 22-23. Good afternoon. I was about ready to say good morning, but good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can I tan something?
Sure.
Get one here and you all can pass it down. If you don't mind.
Nope.
Not quite as tall as the last gentleman. Thank you all so much for having me here. And I want to say thank you for your continued support of our program. I am Carrie Lefebvre. I'm the Director of Programs at CASA of the Eastern Panhandle. CASA stands for Court Appointed Special Advocates. We train citizen volunteers from our communities to serve as the voice for children in child abuse and neglect proceedings. I'm sure you're all aware that the West Virginia child welfare system continues to experience an ongoing crisis with a marked increase in the number of families involved in the system and not enough resources to go around. The mission of CASA of the Eastern Panhandle is to ensure that every child in the Panhandle that is subject to child abuse and neglect case finds a safe, permanent home. CASA volunteer advocates play a critical role in ensuring children who have experienced abuse and neglect find safe, permanent placements or are reunified with their biological family whenever possible. Pausing for questions, just in case.
Oh, no, I'm thinking about what the prosecutor said yesterday, or Tuesday. So go ahead.
Okay. Research has shown that children with a CASA volunteer spend less time in out-of-home care. They're less likely to re-enter the foster care system, and they do better in school on average than their peers. In 2021, CASA EP volunteers served 379 children across the Panhandle. Unfortunately, that was only about a quarter of the children that are actually in front of the courts right now.
That's what I was talking about Tuesday. Our prosecutor, Ms. Delegati, talked about the increase of the court cases or those.
Mm-hmm. So we've really, I know I've presented in front of you all before, so I know that you're aware of our program, and I can say that since 2019, we've increased our ability to support the children by 31%.
So what happens to the 75% of the children you can't reach?
They unfortunately don't have a CASA volunteer. They still have the DHHR workers, but the idea behind having a CASA advocate is that it's an extra set of eyes. So I'll tell you that prior to my arrival at CASA, I was a CPS foster care worker for 8 years. So I've brought that experience with me, and what we've done in the last 2 years is prioritize certain cases that need an extra set of eyes over some of the other ones. And some of those higher priorities that we've identified are children in kinship placements. We think kinship placements are the priority because those caregivers do not have any extra resources. They're often accepting children into their home unexpectedly and at a very unfortunate time for a lot of family members. So we want to make sure that those caregivers have extra support so that they can maintain the children within their home, within their family. I have a lot of respect for Ms. Delegati and the team, and I think that they do some really phenomenal work. So what we have found in our research is that the caseload has also increased by about 30%. So we're still at about an even keel, and we clearly need to recruit additional volunteers.
So what do you contribute your 28% increase in court cases? What's creating that large increase in 1 year? When I say large increase, I mean it goes from 223 cases to 286 cases. That's a lot.
It is. It is a lot.
So what's the contributing factor on that?
Anecdotally, I will say that it's the substance use crisis, the pandemic with more children at home, with caregivers who aren't prepared to meet their needs. People are experiencing stress at a level that they haven't experienced previously. And I'm sure Ms. Delegati would even support this, that the cases that are being filed now are significantly more egregious because the reports are coming from mandated reporters such as the hospitals and law enforcement, as opposed to most reports coming from teachers or other reporters. So once a child's experienced an abuse episode that puts them in the hospital or that requires law enforcement intervention, that situation is usually much more significant than perhaps a substance-exposed infant. They're all, important children, but until we have enough people for a volunteer for every child, we have to prioritize. where those
So
go.
not only do you probably have a funding issue, but you also have an issue with finding enough volunteers. So you need 75% more, or 300% more, 300% more people to help you.
Yes.
What you had.
Yes. And
But in order to be a volunteer in your organization, it's a lot of training. How many hours of training?
it's approximately 30 hours of training,
Right.
which we do up front before you're assigned to a case.
How many volunteers do you have?
We're currently operating with 58 volunteers.
Is this all three counties?
Yes, sir. We serve all 3 counties.
And out of the,
Jefferson, do you have a separate facility, or they all come out of Berkeley?
We have, our primary office is here in Berkeley County, right next door to the DHHR, and we have a satellite office in Morgan County. We have not secured a site in Jefferson County yet.
right now, your home is where?
Right next door to the DHHR.
Okay.
Parkway.
Yep.
Yes.
And what you said, I think you said you had 68 volunteers now?
58.
58. And out of those 58, 23 of them's new. Whereas that, it says we also successfully recruited 23 new volunteers.
Yes, we did, but we also experience attrition. We ask our volunteers to commit to approximately 1 year of service, which is about the life of a case. Some volunteers will serve on multiple cases, but some volunteers kind of tap out when they're done. And so it's a very individual thing, and you have to meet the volunteers where they are. It's unlike any other volunteer opportunity. Unlike going to the Humane Society and helping out with the animals there and stuff, it's a huge ask. Not only do they commit to the 30 hours of training, they're spending time in the courts, they're attending MDT meetings, they're visiting with the children at least every 2 weeks, which is our standard policy, and they're writing reports. So they're investing 7 to 10 hours on a weekly basis, doing some really heavy lifting emotionally.
And an emotional roller coaster too, probably.
Absolutely, yes. Yes, very much so. So, going back to what our current focus is, and that is really trying to continue further implementation of our Fostering Futures program, which supports one of the most vulnerable populations in our country, older youth that are aging out of the foster care system. Older youth are less likely to achieve permanency, meaning being adopted by a family or settling in a guardianship with someone. So on the day they turn 18 years old, they're expected to be making their own decisions as independent adults. It is not unusual for them to be homeless on day one. And unfortunately, only 58% of children who age out of foster care will complete their high school education. Most of them are underemployed, and by the age of 26, they will be making less than half of what their peers earn. So we at CASA EP believe that a high school graduation, living wage employment, a place to live, and a healthy, thriving adulthood are within the reach of every youth aging out of foster care. And we know that a caring and consistent adult can make that difference.
Does your that fostering program, does it coordinate with industry like Procter & Gamble or Sheetz or something like that?
Yes. Well, we do have support from Procter & Gamble, and they are very supportive, of the Fostering Futures program. And then what the program really aims to do is pair youth with a volunteer mentor. So a CASA advocate who's also serving as a mentor for this youth, and they help build their basic life skills. So we provide monthly engagement sessions for the youth where we talk about social emotional wellness, but we also provide them with life skills education. And this year we'll be hosting our second annual Youth Leadership Summit at Shepherd University. So last summer we had a weekend retreat for our youth ages 13 and up to attend, and they participated in life skills workshops such as resume writing, how to apply for a job, how to open a bank account, personal finance and such. But then they also did social emotional wellness such as a Brene Brown workshop, and they went tubing.
So we have CASA, we have children's
Home Society.
Home
Mhm.
Society. I'm sure I'm missing a lot of them. So is there
Shelters.
Huh?
Some shelters.
Yeah. Is there coordination between all the groups to help the children?
Yeah, I mean,
You have Boys and Girls Club. That's very similar to give the children a place to go.
Mhm.
Um,
Very much so, but we find that the unique circumstances of children who've experienced abuse or neglect and what's brought them into the foster care system is really unlike what other average teens are experiencing. And just that connection of bringing these kids together has been really beneficial for them. For example, last year at our Youth Leadership Summit, we had only 5 youth attend, which was still 5 lives that we were able to touch. But of those 5 youth, 4 of them attended the same high school and they didn't even know it. And so they were able to build a connection with a peer who they know has been through a traumatic experience, but they don't have to sit down and talk about their story or share their personal information. They just know that the other kid is also a youth that's in foster care, and they can build that connection from there.
These children that you're talking about are either physically or mentally been abused themselves?
Yes, they're all victims of abuse or neglect.
And neglect.
Mm-hmm. And some of them don't have legal parents anymore, so their parents' rights have been terminated. And so we have one youth who is in a residential program, but right now the remainder of our youth are in foster homes, primarily kinship providers.
So does all of them have a foster home to go to?
Yes, they do.
Okay, because that was a problem at one time too, right? Having enough foster parents for the children that need it?
Yes, absolutely. Now, I would be speaking on that more anecdotally from my personal experience, not necessarily, because we don't place the children.
Right.
But I do know.
So you're there mainly, so if a child that has been in a house that's been either suffering from neglect or mental or physical abuse, they have a foster parent or family that they live with, and
Mhm.
you all's there to mainly help them deal with the situation they just went through. Is that? Give me.
Yeah, that's a good way to explain it. But I don't know if you're a parent, but I have teenagers myself, and so the relationship that I have with my children as a parent is very different from the relationship that my children have grown with some other supportive adults in their life. You know, their best friends' parents are supports to them. And so what we want to do is ensure that these youth have a safe, appropriate, highly trained individual who's there to support them. CASA encourages lifelong connections. And so even when the case closes, as long as all of the parties are in agreement, we support ongoing engagement with the child. So there are CASA volunteers who've walked their kids down the aisle after the case is done and closed and these kids have grown up. There's CASA volunteers who go to college graduations and just remain a part of the child's life forever. And that's what we encourage and we want to see, because having a caring and supportive adult in a child's life is a tremendous bonus in their ability to make positive choices for themselves.
So the volunteers that volunteer for CASA put in 7 to 10 hours a week, but they also, to do what they do is probably a lot of financial expenses for them to do it as well. Just the fuel and
yes,
take a child to dinner, go, like you said, go to graduation, take them to an event.
Yes.
So they're really, your volunteers are really dedicated.
They are so dedicated, and they're really exceptional human beings.
Right.
Well, not to change the subject, how has COVID affected you?
Well, in 2020, I would say we experienced an actual period of tremendous growth. So what we found was that we were able to rework the way we did things and deliver our trainings remotely. The court systems were holding hearings remotely, and so we found that people who were not necessarily able to engage in this work prior to COVID were then able to because they had the time and the changes in technology made it more available to them.
So the COVID situation affected you differently than everybody else.
Yes, but unfortunately, as 2020 came to, or 2021 has come to an end, we have found that as things open back up more, people and their free time and their ability to engage has decreased. We had a tremendous year of growth, and then we had a sad year of loss.
All right, so this year you're asking for $5,000.
Yes, sir.
All my paperwork scattered everywhere. Last year we gave you $2,700. I'm sure you asked for $5,000.
Yes.
So, anybody else have any questions? Do you have any other statements you want to give? And anything else you want us to know about?
Well, I just appreciate your ongoing support. I last worked in Child Protective Services in the city of Winchester, and I am a resident of Berkeley County, so I came back to this area because I wanted to serve my community and strengthen my community. So I thank you all for what you do in helping make this the best place to be.
What's the one other thing? If we was to give you the $5,000? What are you going to use to? How's that going to help you?
It is going directly towards our Fostering Futures program and the ongoing engagement sessions that we host for the youth every month.
And what's your total budget about every year? Oh, never mind, you got it here. All right.
I was just down at the Capitol yesterday speaking with Mr. Householder about some of the budget cuts because the cuts with VOCA and some of our other funding streams have really had an impact on our operations.
Mm-hmm. So right now your budget's based on $582,000.
That was based on what we requested, but unfortunately, because of the cuts to VOCA, there was a 23% cut in VOCA across the board for all applicants.
That's a huge cut.
It is a huge cut.
23%.
Yes.
On which one?
On the VOCA.
Which, I mean, you
Oh,
got,
it would be federal, perhaps.
you got grants and contributions, you got foundations, you got government.
It would be government.
Government, okay.
And if you remember, one of the other agencies talked about a cut in our local funds.
Probably the Child Advocacy
Child
Center.
Advocacy Center, and at one time, our prosecuting attorney's office actually got VOCA funds, and that we haven't gotten any VOCA funds for quite some time.
VOCA is our primary funding source.
So you're saying the $389,500 that you got from the government is going to be cut by 23%?
Yes, we did not receive that. That was the amount we applied for with accommodating for growth of our agency.
So you're talking an $80,000 cut?
Yes.
It's crazy, you know, they talk about the mental health issues, especially since COVID. You would think that they'd be injecting more money into the programs that are going to help these children grow up healthy.
Yes. Yes, you would think that. But I will say we have a lot of support with Mr. Householder and some of our other delegates, and that's really important to, have that support and that.
Well, the other thing too, the other thing that we have is we're trying to break that cycle. You know, sometimes, we're doing such a good job in trying to turn people's lives around through our recovery services. But yet we got to be able to show the children that's in that environment that, hey, this isn't the norm. And so you got to basically retrain their thought process, and that's what your group does, is to try to turn them around.
We certainly try to. We just want kids to grow up to be the happiest, healthiest, most productive people they can be.
And in VOCA, VOCA's a federal program. It's
Yes, victims of crime.
Act. So you would think,
With the increase,
we were just talking about changes in society, and so you would think instead of cutting VOCA funding by 23%,
you'd increase it by 50%.
yeah,
So what I learned in all of this was that because of such a push about 10 years ago for diversion programs for offenders, because that's where VOCA funds come from, is the fees and restitution that offenders pay because of diversion and other programs that are a good thing. The pool of funds within VOCA has decreased over the years, and that's why they've had to pass that decrease on down.
So how have they decreased when the caseloads increased by 28%?
Catch and release. I hate to put it that way, but that's exactly how it happens.
It is, and I'll say, as somebody who's worked as a child protection professional in this community, that because of the unique location of Berkeley County, we hemorrhage quality workers. We hemorrhage child protection workers. We hemorrhage teachers, law enforcement, to other communities and other states that are paying a higher rate. And that's part of the problem in itself, is that we don't have a sufficient pool of good quality staff, mental health providers. I mean, I'm sure that you all are aware that there's like 6-month waiting lists to get in with a psychiatrist. It's nearly impossible to find a therapist in this community. And so all of those providers are serving other states.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Especially for what you do.
Well, thank you. Thank you for what you all do.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, I guess we can recess for a little while. If somebody comes in, we'll open back up.
Recess?
We'll recess.
just so council's aware, we're not broadcasting, are we, Penny?
Well, she's still got us up right now.
I'm not sure you want to stop. It's not 4 o'clock.
Huh?
Want to recess.